And I'm going to let everybody in the room now. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Well, good morning or good afternoon, everybody. We are so excited to welcome you to our very, very first Education Summit, designed especially for our Canadian partner florists. Teleflora is committed to building and strengthening our relationships with florists by providing a forum for design and business education that will help drive bottom line impact and allow florists to be more successful. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Lottie McKinnon, and I'm Teleflora's Program Director of Industry Relations and Education. I'll be hosting and behind the scenes for today's summit. We have a ton of excellent, practical, timely, and inspirational information coming your way. So that we can give you the best possible experience for today in this virtual format, I have a couple of housekeeping items that we're going to ask of you. So firstly, if you have any questions for our presenters or general Teleflora questions, please put them in the Q&A function in Zoom. We'll answer your questions either offline or I'll group them together and ask our amazing presenters. We're going to keep the chat function open for us to send you links, recipes, and files that you can easily download and use in the future. Please don't input questions into the chat. We really want to make sure that we get to as many questions as possible. Of course, feel free to use the chat to give shout outs to the presenters, ooh and ah, and of course, we'll have some audience participation questions later. So this webinar is being recorded. So if you have to step away or you'd like to refer back to any of this summit, it will be available on our YouTube channel, Teleflora Design Education. Speaking of social media, we do put all of our live virtual programs and classes on our YouTube channel. So please go to like and subscribe so that you can be notified when we post new videos. We also have a lot of information on our Facebook and Instagram pages, and we'll put that information into the chat for you very shortly. Now that we, of course, have the housekeeping stuff out the way, let me tell you a little bit about what we have in store. Firstly, I'd like to introduce our special guests, Lorraine Corbett and Mark Ferrand, Teleflora's territory sales managers in Canada. Mark is also doing our live French translation. So thank you, Mark. I know we're having a few little technical difficulties behind the scenes, but we're working on getting that taken care of. Hopefully that will happen very soon. So hang in there to our French speakers. Thank you. Thank you, Mark and Lorraine. We'd also like to welcome Annie Venable, AIFD, CFD. She's the owner of Leona Sue's Florist in Scott, Louisiana. Annie is a second-generation florist and a passionate believer in education. We also have Michael Martin, Senior Vice President of GM and GM of Sales and Membership Services. That's a really long title, Michael. He'll be giving us an industry update a little bit later on in today's agenda. So today's presenters, wow, what can I say? Both Hitomi and Vonda are members of Teleflora's education specialist team. They're both passionate about helping florists. Both are accredited members of the American Institute of Floral Designers and amazing, amazing people who are very passionate about getting the message across to florists. So without further ado, Vonda LaFever, AIFD, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Lottie. So we have your little agenda that we're going to be covering, so you'll notice that a little bit. And you know, we just want to, I really want to start with letting you know it's all about who, what, and when. The question is, do you really know your customer? Most of you are going to say, yes, I've been doing this for years, right? Year after year, I've been taking care of these customers. I know who they are. But the question is, if you've been taking care of those customers year after year, how many of them are still there, right? You have customer turnover. You've got to continually try to reinvent yourself and know who you're selling to. Now, this exercise is important every year to reevaluate who your customer are. And you might are saying, oh my gosh, what am I doing? I don't need to be reevaluating my customer. I don't have time for that. But truly, if you don't take time to do it now, then you might not have your customers later. It's something you have to continue to learn and look at. There's something called your customer avatar. So an avatar describes the financial, it's kind of a fictional person, right? It's the gender, it's their financial state, it's do they have children, are they married, where do they live? All of those things are important for you to know who you're marketing to. You know, it's the old thing is you can't hit your target if you don't know who your target is. And you just like are throwing things against the wall because this has worked before and that's worked before, and we're going to keep trying everything to see who our customers will end up being, right? Hitomi, we've talked about this before, about who is that ideal customer and how do they kind of gear themselves to that ideal customer.
Yeah, so it's really, really interesting as we kind of came into planning this particular segment for the Canadian Florist. And I have to say that, you know, with Teleflora, and especially with coming Mother's Day, it's an opportunity for us to be exposed to a huge range of customers that's out there, some of whom could be our first time to be delivering to that home. And so these, you know, the gender, the age, the marital status, you know, how many children, their median income, like we're going to be delivering into some of the areas that we're really seeking some possible new customers. And I think that's one of the best things about belonging to Teleflora is the exposure to be able to deliver to all the different pockets in our community. And we can then start to analyze with the people that we're dealing with, people we're sending to, that, oh, this is the demographic I'm looking for. I want to cultivate that. You know, this whole thing of just looking at the customer avatar really makes me realize, you know, what was lacking in my early part of my business, that I was always kind of just cranking things out and hoping that people will like it, rather than identifying who my customers that I really wanted and how many of those people do I need to sustain my business. So very interesting, because I kind of look for the millennials and Gen Z, because they're the ones that are going to fill in some of the best customers that I've had for many, many years. When Vonda talked about, you know, just cranking it out and deal with who we have, but we have some drop off, people who have passed away, some of our very best customers, and how do we replace them? You know, we want new young customers that fits into your customer avatars. So I look at the two different, like just demographic, high end, because you know, with fewer high end customers, I can have a lively business, and also looking for the young ones. And I'll kind of go through not only sending them flowers through Mother's Day, young mothers, but also through our wedding business. So yeah, those are the two customer avatars I look for, Vonda.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I think one thing is to identify who they are. And one way you can do that yourselves is to look in your own point of sale system. If you have the Dove POS, which is the great Teleflora system, you can get that two different ways, through Data Pro or through the marketing campaign. Both ways you can find out who are those customers. They'll tell you how many times a year they bought, they'll tell you how much they spent that year, and a little bit about it. You can even drill down to find out that customer address, you know, and you can say, oh, I have a lot of people in this area. And you're like, oh, that takes so much time. But honestly, again, we need to know where our customers are coming from and who is spending the money with us, because that allows us to know how we can create those special in-store specials for them, things that are targeting right to your customers, rather than just, oh, I think this person's buying that. This is allowing you to get that information, the actual data, because data doesn't lie, right? It's right there.
That's right.
So, yeah, so bottom line, true, is we all see beauty differently. And that's kind of what Hitomi is kind of alluding to, is that, you know, people see flowers different, they see beauty different, and the way we present that to them makes a difference on how they receive it. So power, our knowledge is power, right? That's what it means to you. And think about social media campaigns that Teleflora does. I mean, every time those advertisements come back, think about the Christmas one. If you guys probably have seen that, and it just makes you cry, right? Because it's really touching on emotions. And so that people are emotional, making emotional decisions. But the question is, are we targeting to those different age groups and how they're responding to our social platforms and what we're providing, those powerful messages? So knowing about that customer allows you to design just to them. So let me ask you about your Valentine's Day. I want you to think back. Valentine's Day. What was your hottest selling product? Was it because you made it your hottest selling product because you're a really good salesperson? Or is it something that just flew off the shelves, right? And what was that price point? Was there more of one design than another? I'm going to give you an example. So a lot of people, Valentine's Day, they want a dozen roses. That's the number one seller in the States, probably along with most worldwide as we read our statistics. The question is, did you just take that man that was probably in his 60s, he wanted a dozen roses, and you sold him the dozen roses, got him off the phone, and you were done? Or did you tell them about your beautiful upgrade that you had with, oh my gosh, this year you might want to try that dozen roses with the lilies and bring it into an upgrade? That's how we're educating our customers and bringing them to another level. The other avatar would be somebody who wanted something a little bit more modern. He calls and he wants red roses, but I don't want just those plain red roses. Do you have something else that you can suggest for us? Well, yes, we have something that's a little bit more modern look and has some beautiful foliage, or something more upgrade that has a variety of flowers along with those dozen roses. So the key is, knowing that you probably have two different markets easily, possibly more, and how are you going to really market to those persons? So I think a lot of times when we go back to that avatar, Hitomi, what's important is also to start with who you don't want as your customer. Because sometimes there are certain people that we really don't want to market to.
That's so true, because, and I can think of many that were, in that category that you actually spent way too much time with, because it's really a lot about, with our business, is time management. You want to dote on the ones that you're really targeting to be your, you want to be the personal customer for some of your really special customers. And so knowing, going through the data that is possible through Dove to be able to identify who, because, you have a lot of people that say, we spend so much money with you. I mean, the ones that say that are usually not the ones.
Exactly.
It's the ones that just phones and casually send flowers to friends and neighbors and their families, regularly, that support you always, to keep track of who they are, because you want to be their personal florist. You want to serve them better, because in the end, those multiplied by 10 probably could give you a full business. The others are kind of cutting into a lot of your time. And it's not to say that they're not important. You can cultivate many to be that ultimate customer. But I think being aware of how many dollars they spend with you, as I say, some people will mention that they're your best customer, but really look at the data. That really helps, because that'll help you identify exactly who you want as your customers.
So then let's look, Hitomi, go to that, and then I'm going to just have you show some designs and give us really a lot of information on how to design for that certain avatar or those multiple avatars that you really want to target. So give us some suggestions on this.
Well, I'm going to start out with the Teleflora containers that we have for Mother's Day. I guess social media posted on Insta and Facebook that I was going to be doing this program, and how very excited I was. And number one of the best part of it all was the thrill of the selection of containers. That's one of the things that I'm really very much concerned with today, more than ever, with a lot of very, very low-end cheap containers that are single-use, that's being sold at dollar stores. They break, they're cheap, they spend so little money that, you know, people think of it as single-use and dispose of it. You don't care because it only costs whatever. And so what I really like is attention to detail, attention to quality that's being put into putting together the Teleflora containers, because one of my new mantra that's really important to me today, because I'm going to talk quite a bit about sort of sustainable floristry a little bit in this whole segment, because I think Canada and especially on the West Coast, we're really very much about, you know, less waste to the landfill, being mindful about what we throw away. Let's don't buy cheap because that's the stuff you always throw away. One of the things that I really covet about Teleflora is the quality of the containers. I pick it up and it's nice and heavy. It feels like they all seem to have a purpose. I want to sort of get away from the terminology keepsake, because keepsake, we often think in terms of little whimsical containers, little baby containers, that whimsy that is more kind of the kitschy side is no longer sort of the key, but keeping quality that you want to keep. So it's a new meaning to a keepsake, I think is very important to me, because I like to think of following the mantra of reuse to reduce. Because if you buy things of quality that you know that you'll be able to reuse over and over and over again, so that it doesn't go to the landfill, is really, really important to me. So to be able to reuse means that it reduces purchasing more of the cheap stuff that keeps circulating and then back into the landfill, that fills up a landfill so quickly because it's so cheap that you just want to ditch it. And I don't want that in my life. And I think that the target audience that I'm looking for, the high-end people who want quality, as well as the younger demographic, the millennials and Gen Zs, they're looking for things that will net in the end zero waste, that things aren't going to landfill. So quality of all of this is important, and the design is important. I like the everyday kind of a usability of all of these containers. I love that, because, you know, this one here, the pitcher, I mean, it could be used as a pitcher, but it could be used as a watering can. You know, I'm kind of a plant freak because I started out in the greenhouse business. And so I love growing. And I think I would label myself the early farmer florist, because I was into growing first and fell in love with flowers from that, and then went into designing afterwards. So I think in terms of anything that applies to caring for plants, that's one of the things that I love about this. Is not a Mother's Day container, but it's one of the current piece. And there's several other planter that are so beautiful. When I posted those pictures on Instagram, people commented, "Oh, I love that container," like the mod, that particular one. I think it's the mod, the planter. Like, it just blows me away, and I want to have a whole bunch of those with plants in it. And so all of these have functionality beyond just being part of the Mother's Day selection. So I think that's, you know, I think there's in the product development side, they do a lot of intense study in the trends. And I really think that they've captured it, the essence of what people want to have in their home for a keeper. So I love that about it. So I wanted to talk about that first. And then I want to just talk about what I have here in front of me are actually two designs that I've made for like a variation. This one here is pretty close to the actual formula that is there for the iridescent, what is that one called? Iridescent Delight bouquet it is. I think count-wise, it's very similar, but it has a little bit of flair by addition of what, this is actually a huck. It's called Sweet Green, which is really, really beautiful. I just want to show you a little bit of what that looks like when they come in a bunch. It's a huge bunch, and this is what it looks like. It's just so, so beautiful. And I've used that in place of, so I think what I like to do is give it a little twist that's a little bit different with offering of material that's available to us locally. I don't think this is something that's available as much in other parts of the country or maybe in the States. I don't know, but this is a Pacific Northwest item, which really resonates beautifully because of the laciness. It just has that woodland natural look to it. So I used that to be the sort of a coloring greenery to give it that lightness. And I like that about this is it just gives it a little bit more softness. And this is where I really feel like I'm just giving it a little bit more of a my touch. I think that's really important with even with a holiday special, that it has something that resonates with all the things that you do throughout the year, the different kinds of look. And I think both of this, this offering has that little bit more gardeny look, because a gardeny look is, for me, what resonates the most to the millennials and also to the Gen Zs. I mean, if you go to Instagram, some of the looks all the way through has that kind of just that little bit fluffy and natural garden look to it. And I try to incorporate that almost in every design that I do, because I think that's who I am. And I want to connect with my customers who will fall in love with it. That's my whole thing.
Hitomi,
yes.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
So what you're telling us then, it's although that recipe is there that you're seeing there, you add something to make it more personal to you. So that Absolutely. They know that couldn't have come from any shop, that came from your shop, because they look at that and they are like, that's why I love to shop at Hitomi's place, because everything she sends out has a little bit something more special.
I think that's really, really important.
Yeah, I think
that it
awesome.
has a certain shop identity to it, that it doesn't look cookie cutter. And that's one of the things that I love about Teleflora too, is it allows us to put together a website that shows what the shop vibe is, so that you can personalize it, so that it doesn't look like every other shop that's selling potentially exactly the same thing, but it has a little bit of flair to it. And I think that's part of developing identity, attract the exact identity of the customers that I'm looking for. It's connecting through emotion and selling the feeling of what I love that translates hopefully to what they will love. And that they're proud to say, I shop at Satsuki's because I just love what she does. And that I'm connecting on the personal basis with every customer that I touch. That's what I really love about actually wire service, is it exposes us to so many different clientele, people that we would never reach any other way, but by getting that order to connect with that particular person. I think over the many years that I was in business, some of my best customers came from a reach through a Teleflora order. I got to deliver to my very best client that I've had for all my life. They are lifers, but it came from that delivery. I would not have ever reached that person had it not been through the wire service. So I think, but at the same time, I take advantage of that connection and reached out to them to show them what I can do and what's different about me versus somebody else. So this is why I love this time of the year when you're going to be exposed to a lot of orders, a lot of people, a lot of customers that hopefully you're going to score an A+ with. But I do want to show you a little bit about mechanics that I'm using in all of this, because we talked about maybe sustainable methods. Is there such a thing? So what it is really a chicken wire pillow that I make. It takes actually, it starts with this. The chicken wire, the 12-inch chicken wire is cut into, and I cut it into these pieces already cut so that I can kind of get into production. So this is plenty of time in advance to be able to stock up a whole bunch of these so that you're ready to get into action. So and what I do like about it is that it just basically is mechanic that you design through, and it just sits in the container or on top of the container. So it's really actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then cut in the middle of the 7th cell on either side. So that's the size. And I sort of figured it out by the cost, and we're talking Canadian dollars, Vonda and Lottie. So just so you know, if it sounds a little expensive, it's because of that. But a roll of the chicken wire runs about just under $100, $98. And so when I cut it into these pieces, I actually going to get 255 pieces out of a roll. So it's going to work out to be about 44 cents per segment, one of these. And then you make these all in advance. I like to think in terms of I am going to make 400 designs. So I'm going to make 400 of these. I have it ready and it's all set to go. So basically what I do is fold this over and overlap like about a third. And I actually press it together like this. And then I'm going to take a needle nose plier, and where they bunch together, I actually go and twist twice and then fold over. So twist twice and fold over, twist twice, fold over. Like that's what I do. And then at the end, because there's a kind of a little bit of a stray over on that side, I pull it over and bunch it together. Now I do have a YouTube video on how to make this. So maybe that's something that Lottie can put up so that you can actually follow me on that. But anyway, it's really easy. You just grab it and then just twist and bring it over. So that's all I'm going to do right here. And basically what happens is then after I have it made, I just store it flat so it doesn't take up a lot of space for you to have all these made. So basically, this is what it looks like. And here I have 4 made already. So it's just, it's stocked in a box that I got. I'm gonna make 400 of these with help of my staff in between things. We'll have these done. So basically what you do is just you puff it out so that it becomes this. So then that then sits on top of the container. Actually, the opening on each one of these containers really is actually about the same, whether you notice it or not, but it really is. This is probably wider than all the others, but basically, depending on how I fluff this up, like if I fluff it up and pull it wider, then it fits just perfectly over the top of that container right there with that little, that bunching here sort of sits on the edge. This as well can sit on top of that. So it works really, really well. So basically all you do is just design through it. So I'm just going to show how it works. I mean, this is really the fundamental, but it's really no different really than foam. Basically, you're going through 2 layers of chicken wire. So basically it sits there really nice and solid like that. But basically I start out with using like foliages to kind of from underneath, kind of sort of let it sort of flow downwards so that it sits nicely, and then you design on top of it. So I just want to show you the result of that, how that works. Like this one here lifts out like this. That's the beauty of it. That's what I love. That's what I love about this so much is I can keep the water refreshed. I can actually recut the stem a little bit so that it gets a fresh cut. Because when it's designed in this, it holds together because it has that chicken wire, and it just makes it so easy to maintain that all the flowers hold up nice and really, really well. It sits really nicely as well. Look at this one here. This is the one that I'm going to share a little bit with the production of it. Like this is what the one that I can just really line it all up and just do a real production work with. But look at how cute this is. This is just a little hand-tied bouquet. Look how pretty that is. And I think I like that about it too, with my customer, to be able to show them not just the design, but oh, look at this. Like this is what you can do, you know, to keep the water fresh and the stems cut. And look at how cute that is. Because let's face it, not only does this design look great sitting in the vase, but held up like this, it's like, look how gorgeous that is. I mean, I love the saleability. You know, I can just sell the heck out of this by showing them, look at this, look how beautiful that is. I mean, it's just is really a very special way of designing. And I like the fact that it's just sitting in water and it's clean. And so the other thing that I like to kind of introduce them to as I show them the benefit of this whole kind of design system is that I want to be able to instill an interest in the chicken wire, this pillow, that I want them back. Like I want any containers that they're thinking of throwing away, I want them back. I like to reuse them, as well as I like to reuse this, so that people get in the habit of taking the flowers out of that chicken wire, and that is composted, but this comes back to my shop. Because if many of these come back to the shop, I don't have to make it over and over again. It gets reused again. Makes me feel good that nothing's being thrown to the landfill. None of this doesn't go to the landfill. This doesn't go to the landfill. Only thing that will be thrown away are the flowers to the compost. I love that idea. I just feel like I'm doing really something good towards the planet. And so that's kind of my pitch. And I want people to be aware that I do everything I can to make sure that the beauty of flowers, the garden, the nature is preserved, and that we can do this if we have a great system. And I really feel like that's how I'm going to get a lot of my millennial customers, a lot of my Gen Z customers, because guess what? The future depends on us taking care of the planet, taking care and being mindful of the way we design the mechanics that is going to help us be better. And so I love this idea. The design system, as far as production goes, this is going to make it so much easier, because the system allows for me to prepare well in advance to be able to get into production. And, you know, I want to be able to do some really cool things. Like what I really learned through this, preparing for this, is what a great time right now to experiment, make some really cool signature looks in some of these containers. Because guess what? You know, I can actually do this, but I could move it over to this one, because if they like this one better, I can pop this into this one. Like, I love that this transfers from one to the other. Like, I don't have to remake anything. I just need to make a lot of this. Like, I can have, you know, 100 of this, because it's the quickest, easiest thing to make. And that it pops into whatever container that we want, what they want. So I love that about it. Like, I can change it up if, you know, on the big rush day, and, you know, this particular one hadn't been moving as well, this container, but, you know, I can switch it over. You know, I can kind of change it up. I can move it around, because all of this could be moved to another container, because it's so easy. It holds together. Just think about how, like, even as a hand-tied bouquet, to use this mechanic, because, you know, we're on the phone a lot. We gotta set things down that we're in the middle of. You can do that when you use the chicken wire as a base, because you can set it down. Everything stays in place. So there's something that's really wonderful about that. I just also want to show you one thing, like this one here. If I want to turn this into, just because they love the bouquet, but, you know, maybe they just want it as a hand-tied bouquet. So I can do it as a hand-tied bouquet. I want to show you that to make it really a hand-tied bouquet, you want to tie it, right? So we're using like a wax string or whatever that always, like before, you used to have to hang on to it, because it kind of comes loose when you set it down. But what I do now is I take, actually, well, I want to show you how to make a bongo tie. this segment, I just want to show you how to of the most basic ingredient. So I use a lot of this IKEA stick. These are called torka, or that's really dried in Sweden. It's from IKEA. It's a bundle it's a nice but big bundle that you can buy for like $12. And usually I use it for a lot of my construction. But what I do is I like the straight part of this because I like to use a straight whips, but this always has a little bit of curve on the bottom. So I'm going to cut that off so that I have a nice straight stick. So that's what I'm going to use for my other designs, but I always have these ends. And also through the holidays, you're going to have a lot of stems, ends of a lot of things that you throw in the trash. So use those because it's really useful for something that I want to show you. So I'm going to cut it into just these little sticks like this. These are nice and strong because my son, Colin, who's actually on the camera, he's been a real big influence for me when it comes to, because he's a millennial and the whole sustainable thing is really important to him. So I do everything I can to please the young man. Make sure that his planet is safe. But anyway, he told me like one time when I was struggling with a hentai bouquet and it was shifting and all of that, and he's like, why don't you use a bongo tie? And I'm like, what's a bongo tie? I have no idea. He says bongo tie is what we use in cord management in technology, when you have a lot of cords and you got to keep it organized. So you use a little, just something that will hold it together. And bongo tie, the simplest form, if you go looking up in Amazon to look for bongo tie, the simplest form you're going to find is actually a rubber band on the stick. And that's what it looks like. And so this became a new thing. So this is how I actually make a bongo tie. So it's like this. We have lots of rubber band. We have a lot of sticks. Stem end, rose stem ends, all of that works really, really well. And what you're going to do in like a bouquet like this, and if you want this to made into a bouquet, all you have to do is do this so that you don't lose it. So that becomes the little tie that holds it together. Like, it's so good. Like, why didn't we not know this? This is like so simple. There's so many things that is out there that we don't know because we're not in that world. And bongo ties is a tech thing, but it applies so perfectly for a hentai bouquet. So that then becomes a little hentai bouquet with a cute little tie like that. And all they have to do when they want to release it and let the flowers go back into compost, go back to earth and decompose, is you just take that apart and it releases, and then you can take out the flowers. And how beautiful is that? Like, there's so many things yet to learn. I don't know how any florist can say, I know everything now. There's so many new ideas, new ways of thinking, and new ways of us doing better in floristry. And this is just some of what I'm gleaning as I'm learning from the younger generation, whom I truly respect. They're mindful, they're thoughtful, they want to do things right. And I want to be that florist that's going to accommodate that, because that's going to be my new base for clientele for the future. They're the 20s and 30 somethings that's going to have 20, 30 more years of flower buying. We need those people to come to us and be our beautiful clients that we can have. So look to Mother's Day, some of the younger mothers that's going to be gifted. Show them that you care, show them that you think like them, show them that you want their business, and that we can forge a future of floristry business together. So that's kind of how I feel. And so it all starts with the container selection that I really trust, and then to mechanics and techniques that helps us do it better and efficiently and quickly, because that's part of the efficiency. The tying is good. Being able to set the bouquet down is good. Being able to reuse the structure is good. Those are all things that contribute to a better floristry. So I hope that helps. Expand on the beautiful containers.
It definitely does, Hitomi. And here is that lineup. And that's one of the great things I like about the catalog is that that pull out that shows the actual size of things. I just think that's really helpful too for everyone who's ordering. So yeah, when you're mentioning that about our next generations and Gen Z, I think personally about my grandchildren, right? It's like, what are we going to have in the world for them? And so all of these little tips that you're sharing are just so important for us going forward, for sure.
So I just want to say, Vonda, too, like, I just think it was very clever of Teleflora to really pick like the hot pink and the purples and that, because, the movie Barbie's coming out very soon. I mean, the thing is, I just transitioned. And so there again, it's not just Mother's Day. This happens to be the Mother's Day selection, but I see it totally connecting with some of the biggest movie that's coming out that resonates not only to it's going to introduce Barbie to the new younger generation so that they'll love it. And it pulls us in as, the baby boomers, because that was from our generation. I mean, it's just like, Teleflora's got it figured out. That was good. That was really good.
It was good. It was good. They know what they're doing. That's for sure in that product development.
For sure. Yeah.
So I think you've kind of answered this, like, when do we use this information about who our avatar is and the 2 or 3 avatars that we're working on? It is actually coming up with those specials that you're going to be doing in your shop, or the designs that you choose to make your signature design in store. And so every time you're talking to your customer, you're telling them about the pillows that you use and how you want them to bring them back. And it's about education on that. But when I talk to my customer, how am I trying to figure out which avatar that is, right? Is this my avatar that's, retired age, or is this my, younger avatar? And when they come in the shop, it's easy, right? You can look at them and you're like, oh, I got an idea who that is. And I can kind of direct them to a certain area or certain colors. Or you can see that they're gravitating towards maybe that hot pink container, or where it was the purple, based on their likes or dislikes. It's a little bit more challenging when you have that customer on the phone. And that's where most of the time you're interacting with that avatar that you're trying to target. And so you're listening to what they're saying. You're not asking them, how old are you, or what is it that you're looking towards? You're going to ask them questions to discover what they like. Listen for words like impress. Oh no, this is just a token. This is something for really special. It's a 50th birthday. So trigger words for you to be able to understand more about that customer avatar that you're trying to sell to is going to be key in making those recommendations that you have to your customers. And we're really going to cover that a lot more at our Lunch and Learn. We're going to bring Annie in and Hitomi with some special designs to really talk about selling to that avatar. So we're going to pass that right now, and I'm going to go into another about who, what, and when. And that's really a second part, which is really imperative to the success in the operations of your business. This is your team. This is your employees, right? It's about how you get things done. So first thing, I want you to let us know, how is your current team? I'm going to chat in to Lottie. Lottie, kind of watch this. I really like to know what the feel is with you Canadian florists. What is it that your team is like? Are you lacking someone, or you think, oh, I have the perfect team? What is that you are feeling at this point? And then again, another question, what is the culture of your shop? Your culture is the shared values, the attitudes, behaviors, standards, everybody in the shop, and really how you're getting along on a day-to-day basis. Sometimes there's, big peaks and valleys in cultures of shops, but I like it when people say, you know what, pretty much we're set as far as our culture. I'm missing a few people. I really could have more staff in. I think what I hear is that everyone is having problems getting new employees, or getting people to stay. Anybody want to chat in and tell us what it is that you're feeling there?
Everyone's been so quiet so far, Vonda.
I know, they're kind of quiet, Lottie.
We're not used to this.
No, we're not. We still a bit of talking there. So, you know, I think what we'll probably say is people are overworked. They're tired. You know, it's like, maybe I do need more staff. But the question is it just that gut feeling that you need more staff? Or do you really need more staff? And the way to be able to figure that out is look and see if you can afford that employee. Because there truly are guidelines, operational guidelines that will let you go, oh, yes, I need one, or don't. So let's look at those. It's really about tracking your payroll. And when you go to track your payroll, there's really only two numbers you need. You need your sales numbers, you know, what are your actual sales and how much are you currently paying for payroll? So it's usually your payroll summary sheet. Or if you're doing the payroll yourself, then you will be able to have that is what you're paying your employees plus what you have to pay for matching taxes or benefits, anything that you're paying extra for those employees. So you want to pull a sales report. Then your Dove POS, this would be your transaction summary report. You want to have the total gross sales with no sales tax. So that's a number that you're going to look at. It's going to want to correspond with the days that you pay your employees. So if you're doing every week, you're taking hours from Monday through Sunday. So those are the dates you want to pull for the sales. So you're going to have your sales numbers and how much they're being paid. And so those are the numbers to compare. So here's your sales. You're going to take that times 30% or 0.3, and that's your budget. So you look at that in this example, I said, okay, we have $3,500 a week in sales. My budget should be just over $1,000. Now, it's important to know that you don't want to do this comparison during a holiday week. So you don't want to like go, oh, we have great sales on Valentine's Day. That's when I should compare. Now, this should be like a non-holiday time, probably now, right? Even this week, got through the Easter holiday. We have a couple weeks. It's a little bit, you know, normal, we would say. So check those weeks. So you're going to compare. Now you have your budget and then look at that. Okay, so if my actual payroll was only $850, then yeah, I do need help. I'm working my fingers to the bone. I can't do that anymore. And if it's, you know, $1,250, then oh, we're over, and really we're going to have to do something to become more organized, more streamlined, and be able to use our time more to our benefit. And because it's not going to be beneficial for us to take on somebody else's payroll. So any questions on that? We can come back to it if we need to. It's pretty much two numbers that we want to compare. So let's say
so far, Vonda, sorry.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
So if it's a yes, now what do we do? If it's a yes, we don't want just a warm body. Hey, come in, whoever, who can I get to work, right? We have to know who we want. Is it a salesperson? We want to answer the phone. We need somebody to come in just to process flowers and be a designer assistant. Do we need an arranger? Do we need a designer? Do we need a delivery personnel? So there's really a lot to consider when we look at this. And one of them that I like to say is skill versus will. You have somebody who's willing to come in and work hard and learn the business and wants to be a team player? Or do you have somebody that's already skilled and they want to come in and tell you how to do things? Hitomi, you and I had this discussion earlier.
Yes.
About bringing somebody else in, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's really interesting because, you know, with the shop, you know, I had some really good skilled designers that usually full-time that work with me, that are one that implements what I want implemented. So they have flexibility, creativity to be able to adjust and to be the designer, the lead designer. And then you always want the arrangers, because arrangers are the ones that can copy what you do. They can do the process without having to put in their creativity. They can do things for you that you want done. And those are the real valuable people that's going to help you through the holiday to be able to get into production. You don't need somebody that's just creatively rethinking every design that you do, because that takes time. Because at holidays, it's really all about production, somebody who can just implement and to be able to produce the numbers. So for holidays, I often like to bring in some of these ladies that used to come in and say, I would love to work in your shop. I'll do it for free. They just want to be close to flowers. And, you know, we so often as florists kind of poo-poo those people because they really don't need job, but they just want to be close to flowers. But isn't that what we really sometimes we need at holiday times? That people who just love flowers, who wants to just be part of the system, but not commanding the need to exercise their creativity. I just think that we need those people very, very much. So designer versus arranger, and then also somebody who can sell. Because I was the designer, I can sell it, but I'm at the design table, so I can't sell my design, but I need somebody who's going to sell the heck out of the beautiful designs that I create. And those are people that are so important as well, right?
Right, right. And a lot of times that person who's already skilled, like you're talking about who's the arranger, they come in with their preconceived ideas of how things should be done. Right. And it's not always the way you want it done. It might be the way they were doing it. They picked up some bad habits somewhere else, and now they're coming in and they're telling the rest of your staff how to do that. And it can kind of be a problem sometimes.
So true. You know, the shop could only support one of these diva like me,
right?
Who want to use the best stuff and who want to create I don't need to be competing with somebody for that one bunch that I bought that is this special something that's really expensive. I really need somebody who's going to work with me, who's going to sell for me, who's going to make the shop great as a team. And so you want to pick and choose the people that's going to complement who you are in the shop. And you could be more the salesperson. It can be the business side of it. And so then you need the designer, but you need designer that's going to work with you too. Yeah. Right?
Right. Annie, I'm going to bring you in and ask you, would you rather hire a designer who already is a really great designer? They came in and they're like, I've been working in the business for 10 or 12 years. Would you rather have that or somebody who's come in and said, I've got a little bit of experience, but I'm willing to learn?
I like both. I like an experienced designer, and then I like to bring someone in who is willing to learn, because then I can train them the way I like things done. So I like both. Arrangers, we like to pull in people who already work with us, like the people that answer the phone. We like them to learn the basic skills. So if we get in a bind, they can help us. They also are able to sell better that way. Even our delivery drivers, we show them the basics. So they're not a designer, but they can arrange.
Wow, your drivers even can do some arranging too.
We like everyone to multitask.
Yeah, love that.
Hey, Vonda, we know a lot of ultimately beautiful, wonderful designer that started as a driver, right?
We do. A lot of people do that, right?
Yeah.
I started in cleaning in the front room. I didn't drive because I was only 14, so I was.
Yeah.
How about you, Hitomi? Did you start as a driver?
No, I started as a flower grower. So that's kind of, it's from the passion and love of plants. And that's why I so often resonate with some of the garden clubbers or people who are gardeners first, because they love the material. They understand the material, so they know kind of how it should be. And so they have a real innate sense of how flowers should be presented. And I love that about people who love the horticultural, the garden side of it. And, and also seeing as there's so much of the garden-y look that has become so popular with the younger millennials and the Gen Zs, that I think that also translates that garden-y side really, really well into the sensibility of how things are, so that it doesn't look like it's cookie cutter. It has a sense of living and growing. And that is something that you really know when you have grown it yourself. So that's what I love about people who love the garden.
Now, Lottie, is it this where you wanted to kind of open it up for questions? See if anybody had any questions before we go into a little bit about arranger, designer, and
Yes, I mean, everybody is so quiet. So I don't know, they're shy or maybe they're just kind of overwhelmed with everything. But please feel free, if you have a question, put it in the Q&A function. If you just want to chat and just say, you know, go for it. That's gorgeous. Put all of that information in the chat. And throughout the webinar, I've been putting in links, your talker links, IKEA, syndicate sales with the chicken wire, and all kinds of fun stuff on YouTube. So thank you, everybody, and feel free to keep the comments and questions coming.
great. Thank you, Lottie. Yeah. So this kind of broke it down to what you were saying, Hitomi and Annie too, is, you know, that arranger and designer, they both can copy design. The arranger can follow that pattern and have a beautiful end result, but the designer can create the designs and really has more of an understanding of principles and elements of design. I think they're just a little bit more elevated is what I've always thought is, you know, that designer really kind of knows what they're doing in a higher level, where the arranger, you need arrangers in the shop because they can usually just crank things out. You know, they're high productivity and they really can make beautiful designs, but somebody else has already come up with that pattern.
You know, it's interesting because in my shop, I had a fabulous designer and then I had a couple of arrangers. Like a lot of times when I would travel and I'd be gone, I knew that the shop was just fine because there's a designer that can replace that designer's touch. And I had a couple of production people that could make just pretty. I didn't hardly ever have to touch and make like a little rounding mound because I had rounding mound specialists, 2 of them, that did it so beautifully that I didn't have to ever even do them. So that was really a load off for me when we got into bigger production, that I knew that the production people were always there to do that just really just pretty. And I wanted to mention something about this particular picture. I'm so glad that you showed this picture of production in bench at a flower shop, because do you see how with a clear glass, and we had turned to clear glass like around year 2000, you know, Martha Stewart kind of did the whole gardening transition, you know, her coming from the garden and picking out of her garden with her boots on and all of that, and showed how they designed so beautifully into glass. I mean, that's when we kind of went away from designing in pots and ceramics and went to glass. And what I saw was a beautiful water with beautiful stems, as long as it was kept clean, that it didn't get dirty. That's the reason why the chicken wire pillow is great, because you could take it out and clean it up, and so that it always looks pristine and clean. But one of the things that really disturbed me after we got into this form of designing is that it got stuffed and stuffed and stuffed so much that all you saw were stems and you didn't see water. Because if you go to like a grocery store and they do these production designs and they're just so stuffed that you didn't see that clarity of glass anymore. And that really bothered me a lot. I love these because you see that clarity of water and then you see the stems. That's the beauty of, you know, garden fresh flowers. That's what it is. And that's the reason why I like the chicken wire pillow, because it gets you to design with less stems so that you see beautiful stems in water without it being so stuffed, because the vases are so big, the opening is so big that it takes a lot of stem to stuff it without, you know, even with a gridding of tape or whatever that you do, it's really hard to make it stay in place with few stems. That's why the chicken wire pillow that's my big sell, because you can do as few stems as possible as long as the chicken wire is covered. And so it really reduces actually number of stems and you get the beautiful spread without it being all squeezed in. So
question on the chicken wire question, because if somebody has not been using it and now they're going to transition, and they're like, you know what, I really like that idea, Hitomi. How long is it going to take them to get used to that? You know, a lot of times people are doing hand ties And you and I talked about that a hand tie bouquet, and you said, well, there's even a way to use this with a hand tie. So I think it's really important for everyone who's attending. It's like, I've never done it that way before. What is it? What suggestions do you have, or can you show me, Hitomi, how to design using that? I think that's what's really key.
Okay, so let's just do a quick hand tie, because I think this will show you exactly what I mean. So with this, I'm going to take this and cut into pieces, because all I need is really one stem of Italian rusticus to get us started. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to start by stabbing it in from outside in so that it starts to crisscross and gives you a handle. So you start with that. So you got that going, and then we're going to put in some flowers. You're going to actually design from outside in, and you can see, your hand could be just held very lightly, not clinging like you do when you do a hand tie, because you don't want to lose it. So you're always kind of, you're really tense. I think, my extra hypertension probably came from years of trying to hang on to a bouquet without slipping out of my hand.
So, and as you're doing that, you're kind of visualizing where the lip of your container is going to be, so that you know that it's coming out enough to be able to sit right on top of there.
Right. So I'm going to kind of do all the crisscrossing, because this makes it easy to just get this started. And then I'm going to start working in my main flower. So I can go either high or low. I mean, I can pull it down much tighter and go like, see how all these stay in place, because a chicken, like I'm just like this, I can set it down and pick it up, and it's still exactly where I left it, which is just wonderful in a shop where so often, we were a mom and pop shop. So I was answering the phone just as often as I was designing, and I was able to, basically then you can see how this works.
Yeah, I see
because
how
you're
it's
just
working, and then my question was, I just lost it. I'm just watching. I'm just intrigued about you. Oh, the way you're putting them through, you make it look really easy to get from one side of one to the other, because I know with the layering, sometimes it's hard to get them lined up. After a while, it's not so hard. You know that on top of each other, you'll know where.
I mean, the thing is, because it's being held by the chicken wire, my hand is free. And also what I like about this is, after I get so far and I want this to be taller, I can lift it up more if I want to, because the more I do that, I lose a chicken wire. Like, even though it's not full, see, with foam, you're constantly trying to cover foam. And you keep seeing foam everywhere. So you keep adding. You don't have that problem. Like, I don't see chicken wire now, because all that, even though it's very loose and it's not full to the core, but I don't see chicken wire anymore, because it's by lifting it. And then, I can just, if I see any, you can just fill in with just a little bit of something. And that's what's so great about this, is because it's good, not just for designing in containers, but it's good for hand tie. Because look, because I started with the outside, most of that has been filled on the side. So I don't see it on the side anymore either. And then I can just bongo tie it, cut, and you have it in a vase. You can use it as a hand tie to sell, ready to go. Or you can pop it in a vase and it's an arrangement. Like, you can do whatever you want, because switch containers, you can do whatever you want. If it's a bigger container, then you're going to put this in and then add a few more stems to fill. But it's just that you're going to end up using less in here, because it's not stem to stem, where, some flowers get hidden because they're the separator between stems. Like, you don't have that problem. like this is not a lot of flowers right here, but it's a pretty big design already. That's to me, there's a huge advantage because it enables me to set this down, answer the phone, come back to it, and it's exactly where it was. Like that's like, to me, amazing. It's a no-brainer for me. Yeah.
So then let's talk a little bit about productivity. Now I bring in another designer who has only designed a little. They're an arranger, so not a designer. I'm bringing an arranger in to tell me what suggestions do you have for our audience to say, hey, you know, this is really easy for me to be able to teach someone how to do this.
Okay, the beauty of this and the whole production line mentality when you hire somebody new that you want to train to be just the right person that you need. So you saw how I had all the flowers here all laid out. You know, I had all these stripped, you know, so many stems. So you have a recipe and you want that first person that comes in who hasn't been in your shop at all before, they're going to prep for you. They start by prepping for you so that they put together all the sets of the production line so that they're all there. They're going to count it all out and they're going to strip everything. I mean, because basically that's what I had here ready to go into this design, into the chicken wire, because I was going to show you how to make another one of these real quick. But I used it for this purpose. I'm glad we did that because now I showed you how to do a hand-tied bouquet. But in doing so, having done those recipes and make sure that everything is prepared properly so that then you can instruct them if when you come to their sets and it's not done right. So they learn like, oh, by the way, you didn't clean that far enough up. So that, you know, make sure you get that done right so that they start to understand the basic core mechanics of what it takes to design. Because that's what everybody thinks that it's easy to jump right into. There's so many little details that they have to know in production. And when we're whipping together things like this, the inconvenience of the fact that they didn't have this cut into 3 sections perfectly, that they didn't have that strip, that slowed me down. They'll see that because they're working really right alongside of you because you're just 2 steps ahead of them, right? They're lining it up, but then you're just going like this. So they get to see how this works and understand exactly what they need to do. That's the learning that even some of the best designers can't do that for you because they're fiddling around and doing that as they're designing. And they're slow designing, even though they're beautiful, but it's slow designing. They can't do the production because they're too much of a designer that they don't do all the preparation properly. And that becomes a very expensive design because they're doing only the one special because they do it different. Like I used to do that. So I know how it is. I used to think that every design should be different, special touch for me. But no, that's not productive. And when it comes to holidays, you can't do that.
You're not making any money then if you're doing that.
Exactly. The production line, beautiful design is the ultimate. And your helper that you bring in, when they learn that this is the real fundamental, like even before you even start, they have to know that. And they're preparing for you, so they're seeing me do this. So that's like the perfect lesson where they're not sitting idle and learning, training, just watching you. Oh no, they're working, but they're watching you at the same time and training them. So the next thing, when they start to do it right, you reward them by saying, okay, so now you've been watching me. So let's do this. Just follow me exactly as I do. And that's the beauty of this mechanic because things get inserted and it stays there. So you don't have this pulling in and out stuff. Like you can just, it stays there. So it makes it actually easier for them to learn this way than without. You know how hard hand-tied bouquet is. Just hanging on to it. I mean, I swear to you, my hypertension came from years of hanging tight onto the handle and hoping that it wouldn't fall apart and making sure that it ties without loosening. Like, if I'd known this, I would be healthier, less stress. I really believe it. So, I mean, if anything that I feel like I have to show is just learning the lesson of so many years and how I can make it easier for the new florist. Because if I know this, I would be so much better prepared for the holidays. It's so much easier. You can produce more faster with the right kind of help to get this done, so that that help will start to do this, so that now you can go into this other level.
Okay,
So
so let me ask you another question.
Mhm.
Are you tired of my questions yet, Hitomi?
No, I love questions.
Okay, so when you do each one of those designs that you've done with the chicken wire,
Mhm.
you always start with them in your hand. You don't start with them on top of the container?
No, a lot of times if I'm doing production, I
Uh-huh.
have that chicken wire on top,
Okay,
and then I design into it. Same
Okay.
way, always kind of crossing from underneath first, so that all the crosses happen, because that's what you want, because
Mhm.
then things thread into better after you
Mhm.
create that cross. Also, a lot of times people say, with syndicate sales, the Holly's pillow,
Mhm.
it slides around. So people say, you can actually tape it. You can if you want to, but I don't want that tape either, because that's something that gets thrown away. Like, I'm trying not to throw away anything that's single use. I just feel better if I can do that. So if I do the crisscrossing first and it wedges into the container, then
Mhm.
it's stable. And then you go about. But see, again, if I have a helper that's working with me that has prepared all this, okay, watch me, just follow me. And I can watch over. And you know what? That's the best way of teaching a designer, because after they get good at it, you can trust them to make the next 20. All you have to do is go back there and just check to see if they've done it right. If it looks good, give them praise when they've done a great job. You just elevated that designer from a processor to a production worker that you so value, and they'll be so worthwhile in pay because they understand their job, what they're
Right.
supposed to do.
And they'll be excited. I mean, you're really elevating them by allowing them to do something like that. The other thing, like when we do productivity work, oftentimes what we do is somebody starts with the green. So like you said, you have your pillow there, you're putting your greens in. The next, and you do 10 of those. Now, the next designer comes in and does just the roses. And the next designer, because they know the placement of that one material. And so we
Yeah,
found
that's
that
a good way.
being very helpful. And I think you would find that, I mean, as long as the first person, it sounds like, would have to be almost the most important one, right? To make sure they have those stems crisscrossed the way they need to.
Right.
And then just 10 of them. And then, so here, Hitomi's starting with this. I'm going in with roses. Annie's coming in with that. And then Lottie's coming in, finishing that. And it would just be like so fast, because it's repetition on doing just
Right.
the same item.
I never had in my shop the luxury of having a lot of staff.
Yeah.
It was me, and me. No, but I mean, it really is like, it's really about setting up a production so that you yourself, as the producer, just go through all the roses and then all the stock and all of that. So it's just like this drop, because, there's a real joy. Like I love speed designing. There's a real joy to beating your PB. Your personal best last hour was like, I did, 5. Like, can I do 6? Like, it becomes this feverish holiday production thing to see what you can do. And you can get your people to be on board and feel like patting yourself on the back, because you know what? We made 50 designs today. Just the two of us. Like, that's pretty awesome.
That is awesome. Yeah. And I like that, to beat your personal best. On our production, we would be like so somebody would do 2, and then the other person be out answering the phone, taking care of things. And then they're like, okay, we'd say, hey, it's your turn, go do yours. And so it was kind of cool, because we would be able to use the person for a different,
those are truly the high five moment in the holiday flower shop, right?
That's right. That's what we have to do. That's for sure.
Exactly. Yeah.
team, we have some questions.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
And so regarding the chicken wire, and I know I put a link in there to the syndicate sales, and they actually call it florist netting, I believe. So, but regarding that, so a couple of people have asked about the chicken wire in the water. Does it damage the flowers? Will it eventually rust? So
Good question. Good question. You never put chicken wire in the water. It sits on top of the container. That's the beauty of it. That's why it's reusable, because it will never rust, because it hardly ever touches water. If anything, the very bottom, if the container is completely filled to the top, which usually doesn't happen because it spills, you can't deliver it. So usually it just sits on top of the container. That's why it's made to be that way. So that the 2-layer chicken wire that the stem penetrate is on top of the container. That's why you also never see in clear glass, you never see the chicken wire, because it's sitting on top. That's
But
why
also,
yes, go ahead.
Also, Hitomi, the ones that like Syndicate, you're calling the florist netting, has a plastic cover on it. It's not like a rough wire. So it does have a coating on it. So I've used it before and actually have they bring it back and it's in the water a little and it's never rusted. So never had that.
I think chicken wire, have been used for many, many years prior to foam and before it was used. But so often it was used inside of a ceramic container because you didn't see it. It's just mechanic to stab into. But now it's about sitting on top of it. So the stem goes through it, but it's not in water, which is why it has durability. It lasts longer because it really hardly ever touches water. And the best part of it too is after it's used, and say you get this campaign going for people to return them, and people are just pushing those through the mail slot, and one morning you go and there's like 20 of them just sitting on the floor. Great, because now you don't have to make 20. Right? I mean, which is really, really great. But the beauty of it is you can store them not as a big chunky like ball, but you can flatten them. So you can pull it out again. So it stores really light. And I love the fact that if it makes 255 of them, after I make those, I probably won't have to make again that many ever again, because you'll reuse it. You will reuse it and you'll get your customers just kind of playing into the whole idea of just drop it in my mail slot. Like, I love to get it back. Like, it just makes sense to me.
Perfect. Yeah. Thanks, Hitomi. One other quick question. When you make the chicken wire, the ball that you've been using for your hand tides, is it the same way that you make it with the needle nose pliers, or are you actually wiring it together?
No. Everything is made exactly the same way. I'm just trying to see. Oh, here it is. Every one of them, like this is the best size, like that 7 cell wide. And it's all like this, flattened, and then just pulled up like this. And so if the container is smaller, then you just pull it up higher. If it's like this one actually is wider mouth than this one. So this one, like I just pull it higher so that it sits in like that. But this one, it might slip in if I do that. So I just push it down and pull it out more, because that's the other thing. It's malleable to suit your needs. So now it's perfect for that one. Like, this seems to be just exactly the perfect size. It equals actually 1/3 brick of foam. That's what it equates to 1/3 brick of foam.
That's good to know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hitomi. Thanks, Vonda.
Oh, absolutely. Anything else on the assembly line?
It's joyful because it's time to make some money.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what it is.
It is time to make money. And Annie, is there anything that you would want, that you do, that you would want to share with us that works for your productivity?
I've been in the business. My mom started and all they had was chicken wire. So the only thing I would say is a lot of people are tempted to go to the hardware store and buy chicken wire. is not the same. The one in the
Right.
hardware is much harder. It's harder to work with. So be sure and get the Florist one. It is much easier to work with. It's softer. And if your vase is really wide, we like to tuck just like 2 ends over. It keeps it from falling all the way in. That kind of helps.
Yeah, that's definitely good. The other thing that I do actually, when I start to kind of create some designs that are a little bit more, sort of my version. Can I show that just so that I can kind of share with you what that is?
Sure.
The extra version of this one. There it is. So it's this one here. So it's a little bit more gardenier, and it has a lot more interesting, pretty flowers. It's got sweet peas, it's got clematis, it's got a lot more gardeny kind of combination of flowers. So with this one, what I do is beyond the chicken wire, and I'm gonna have to just move things around so I can just kind of just show you what the start of this one is. The start of that one, say if I was doing it in this container, and by the way, I could have moved that one into that one too. That's easy. But what I do is actually take the chicken wire, the pillow, and I add a little bit of, like this one here, I used a little bit of curly willow, because this is sort of the classic shape that the millennials like. They like this kind of this V and kind of a crescent thing. And so I actually create a template of it built into and attached to bind wired to the pillow, so that then it sits into this container right here, like this. So it's a combination of not only the willow that gives you this and that, there's 2 pieces, but I also simply used the rustic wire to be the beginning to connect to the vine, because obviously it's these vines and things that makes it kind of more gardenier. So I want to be able to use the vine, okay, like this, because vine doesn't stand on its own, it needs support. It really is the thing about the vine is it needs support, it needs a trellis. So this gives me the trellis for it to be supported, to be in here, so that it can be part of the gardening to start with. So it has this element to it, so that it's light, because my nature is I'm really a linear designer, so that's why I love branches. I mean, Ikebana used a lot of branches, beautiful willows and beautiful this and that to create the stunning kind of a silhouette. But that's not what people are wanting right now. They still want gardening and softer and romantic, lighter. So I go to a lighter willow so that you still see the line, but it's not like dominant, but it just gives me a guideline and a silhouette to start the gardening kind of a look, that then I start to then pop in flowers. Like, so if I have stalks, then if I pop into this and then into this, then see how it stands right there. So I can start to kind of design out by kind of creating a flow that I'm looking for, leaning into. So I can start by giving me that silhouette to give it defined height. Or like if I want to use clematis, I mean, how awful to use clematis and not use its height, right? Because you're paying for it. So if I want this, then I'm going to slip it in to these little pockets that I've created to begin with. So then it stands right there. See, there's no foam, but it stands exactly where I want it to go. So that way I can start to get a beautiful silhouette, put in the, I actually usually start with the short. So, start with these first to cross it like I showed you earlier. But, I just wanted to show you how this silhouette sets the tone to the feel of the design, so that I can get a shape that's not just a round, that it really is defined by a sketched in line, right? So that's kind of what I'm trying to do to establish the feel for a more Gardner design like this one here, the deluxe model. So
Beautiful.
there's the template.
Love it.
Okay.
So let's go back to looking for that person that you need in the shop. So basically what you need to do is clarify your needs, right? You need to set up real expectations of who you're looking for to hire in the shop. It's sometimes we're like, oh, you should work in the flower shop. It's so much fun. We just, we make pretty flowers. We make people happy, but we tend to like downsize what really the hard work is that we need in our store. What is the position we have open? Talk a little bit about the culture of your shop. You know, whoever comes to work for us needs to be really detail oriented. You know, we are all about quality and we're focused on our customer and making people happy. So we're all about being a team, we're cooperative, we're collaborative, all of these type of words that you want to use when you're talking to people or even putting something out there in public that you're looking for someone. You want somebody self-motivated, right? They have to be a fast learner. They need maybe telephone etiquette. These are the things that you need to tell people. Also, you know, you're probably going to be on your feet for 7 or 8 hours a day. A lot of people are like, oh, I can't do that. Well, unless you have a telephone job for them, they can be sitting down. But just don't sugarcoat it. It's really about putting the expectations out there, even telling them, you know, I need you to be consistently on time. It's really important that everybody comes to work on time. I need to be able to have you be coachable. Are you open to learning new things? So I do know that a lot of times we make the job to work in a flower shop sound so exciting that when they come in, they're like, this is okay, but this is a lot of work. I mean, have you ever had that experience, Annie?
Yes. I think it's just a fun job.
Right. I mean, people come into the shop, they used to all the time and say, oh, it'd be so much fun to work in a flower shop. Yes, it is, but it's work too. So this, I think, Hitomi alluded to a little bit, is when and how to find seasonal and part-time help. One thing that we do know from experience is that ask your part-time people, or excuse me, ask your employees if they know anybody who they would think would be a good fit for your shop. I mean, do you have any friends that you would like to come in and you think they would be good to help process flowers or be a designer assistant, or are they good on the phone? Another one that people have found good luck with is if you're at a restaurant and somebody has a really good, you know, customer service and things, maybe they're looking for a job. Don't overlook things like that. You were even talking about it, garden club members, you know, local colleges. There's places, you know, that you can look for that. Let's see, ask your favorite. It was interesting, the story on asking your employees, because my son is a general manager, excuse me, of a lumber yard. And so he's always looking for people to work in the yard with him. He's got, you know, some guys who are, you know, they're hardworking and construction type people. And one of his best employees, he said, hey, you know, Bill, do you have somebody who you think would come to work here? And he goes, oh, I've got people who'd come to work here, but I wouldn't want them to work with us because they're not team players. And so that can be good too, right? Is because they know the type of person you're looking for in the culture of your shop. Annie, what about you? Where are you finding part-time people, or when you're looking for new hires, where is a good place for you to look?
Our number one resource is from our existing employees, because they know the culture of the shop and they know what we expect. And I'll say more importantly than your skill is you have to mesh with everyone at the shop, which means you have to be teachable and you have to be able to work with everyone in a positive manner. So if it's your friends, we find that that's our best.
Yeah, I love that.
Employees that way.
Love that. And Hitomi, you were just saying the garden club, right? Did you have any other tips on that?
Yeah, I mean, I just, it's true that you don't want to glamorize the business because it really isn't always glamorous when it comes to holiday time, but you want people who love flowers. And it's not a bad idea, especially for kind of part-timer to come in for a holiday production, that they're not looking for a full-time job, because that's exactly what often is the problem sometimes, or it was with me, because I think with my business, it was all about the HR was my most difficult part to manage, because when I get close to people, I want to help them out, and I end up being a mom, and I actually am taking care of them rather than my shop. And so that was always a problem. So I actually love it for some of that extra help at holidays, especially because that's what we're talking about right now, is people who's really not looking for a permanent job. They just want to be close to flowers. And so it fits the bill to have like 1 week of intense so that they get to play with it. And then they're like, yeah, I really don't want a full-time job here. That's good. That's good, because I need you at holidays.
Did you ever have a trouble getting them to come back the next holiday after you worked them so hard?
No, because it's addictive, even though it's crazy and mad. But it's just that touching the flowers. That's the thing about people who love flowers. They just enjoy even the process of even processing, because, like with a lot of these garden clubs, I was just in Houston with the garden club ladies, and I had like 6 of them that come to help clean flowers, separate them into bunches and all of that. And they were saying, wow, that's a lot of work. But they said, but it's so worth it because you get to see all these beautiful flowers. And that's what it is. It's because we know that's why we're hooked. That's exactly the reason why we're in this business, because as crazy as it can be, but we love our medium. We love it so much. We wouldn't want it to be more paper, or we wouldn't want it to be, the computer. Like, we want it to be flowers. That's why we're in it. And so there's people out there who have the passion just the same, but not necessarily looking for a full-time job. I take advantage of those people. They love it. We bring them together and they get to have some fun. Let's face it, even at holiday times, we laugh a lot.
Oh, we do. Yeah, we have a lot of fun. And a lot of shops have had success in advertising a job on social media. First they go to the employees, then they maybe put something on one of the either Facebook or Instagram and say, I'm looking for someone to help us out, to be part of our team for the upcoming holiday. We're looking for these weeks, and that's been really good for people too. So
I think so.
Yeah. So don't overlook that as a real good possibility for finding somebody who might help.
So Vonda, we have a very interesting thing that's come up here in the Q&A section, but so we have somebody that is on this webinar today, is employed in a different industry and is somewhat of a newer designer, but is asking how to approach a shop to look to becoming an arranger, particularly at holiday times. So Ritesh, if you're listening, if you would put your information in the chat, for example, just tell us where you're located, we might be able to hook 2 people up here.
Absolutely. I know Ritesh.
Oh, great. Yes. Ritesh said they've taken some classes with you. So yes, please put your location in there, Ritesh.
You know what? It's a joy to work with people who love flowers. It's a joy. I mean, it's just that connection right away. You're going to hit it off no matter what, because we're connected by flowers. And so there you go. And no, we'll find you some work.
Ritesh is in Vancouver, so anybody that's looking for an arranger in Vancouver, please send us a note.
Yeah, and I think if anybody was in that situation, really reaching out to a local shop and say, hey, I've taken some classes from Hitomi and I really would like to help out during a holiday. I can take this week off of my regular job. Do you have time? Maybe you'd probably want them to come in to have a little bit of education first, obviously coming from Hitomi, she's got some will and skill, and you just really want them to be able to go, this is what we have in our shop, this is what we do. And really, that would be my biggest suggestion, is make sure you ask them when you're going into that other position, what is it that you're looking for? How can I help? And try to get an idea before you walk in for that week and just go in blindly.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks. I think we might be able to solve some issues as well here.
That's great. That's great. I love it.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I think one of the big things when you have somebody coming into the store is, like I said, set them up for success, even if they're only coming in part-time. You need to be able to give them the knowledge to be able to say, this is how we're going to process the flowers. This is how we're going to answer our phone. And actually have some type of a training that you're giving them before they walk in. And as many of you know, it's just, have that plan. It's like this picture, as Hitomi was saying, you're going to have to sort these flowers. This is what you're going to do. Or you're going to have to process flowers, and this is how you're going to process them. So I know when we get busy, some of those things go to the wayside, and we really forget the importance of setting people up for success at the beginning, right at the very beginning. So we're kind of winding down. So I would just want to tell you about an onboarding tool that we have with FlowerClick. And FlowerClick is a company that I work with as well. And we truly try to help others succeed. And with Sales Prep School, it's all about learning how to sell flowers. Hitomi and I talk about this a lot, and at Lunch and Learn, we're really going to get into it. But you can be the best designer, but if you can't sell it, those flowers are just going to sit there, and you're not going to have any cash flow because you're going to be expecting somebody to come in, and they're not necessarily going to do that. So it's knowing how to sell your product from the mental, physical, relational part of that to actually executing that sale. Then we have Flower Prep School. This is all about processing flowers and becoming that designer assistant. You really could take your delivery driver to be an arranger, to be a designer. So it's in that you just really are copying designs, get to the point where you're doing that. But it's all about processing your flowers, what you need to do to be successful from the very beginning in your shop. And then there's also one for sympathy. There's a sympathy prep school. And it really is talking about working with families from that point to actually executing all of the designs that you need for sympathy work. So unless you guys have anything else, we're at break a little early, I think, Lottie, because, or we just take some more Q&A.
Awesome. They're perfect. We'll have so much more coming up. Perfect time for a comfort break, everybody. Vonda, what do you think? 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
Let's do a 15-minute break, Lottie, if that's okay. Let's do that, and we'll come back with the Lunch and Learn, and I think we'll just be ready to do a lot of fun times here at the next sessions.
Awesome. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. We will see everybody back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. The key is not making the customer upset because you've told them they're not right, because you certainly don't want any negative reviews, right? You have to work very carefully to get the customer to understand what they don't know, because that's what the key is, trying to educate the customer. As Hitomi has talked about, we're educating the customer to do things because everything they're doing is not correct. So it comes to the education part of it. So it's all about listening to them first and then guiding them to the next step. Let me ask you, Hitomi, what do you think the favorite flower in Canada is for Mother's Day?
Okay, so what is it? I think you told me, right? And I wasn't surprised.
You weren't surprised.
I wasn't surprised. So what was it again?
It was the carnation.
Yes. And you know what? It's so interesting because carnation forever was like, oh, we don't sell carnation in my shop. Carnation has actually really come back really strong because of its diversity, longevity, and there's a symbolism that's attached to Mother's Day. I mean, for the longest time, I can remember when I first opened the shop, my big campaign for Mother's Day was I was handing out carnation, one free carnation for every mother. And it was a huge hit because there seems to be actually an international symbolism to that, because that was also the case in Japan. So carnation has it's a very trusted flower, like your mom. She's always there, and it's long enduring. It's patient. It listens to you. I think it is everything about mother that is in a carnation.
I love the way you've said that. Yeah. And with the new varieties and colors, everything that's out there.
Oh my gosh.
Now, gosh, carnations should be making a resurgence because of the beauty that they have.
Can I just say one thing? Like, with the Teleflora, like the recipes for all of the specials, it doesn't say what specific carnation, other than the fact that it's the color. But I specifically picked two. One is Liege Pink, the Liege series, because Liege Marron is that kind of brownie one. This one is a very deep pink, but it has brown in it. So it's warmer, so it combines beautifully with your warmer palette. Like, my rose that I used was Barista, which has a kind of a brownish kind of coffee tone to it. And the other, on the lavender side, I used one that's called Metallica. And the other one that I love even more than that is one that's called Hypnosis. It's a lavender with a little bit more gray to it. And actually the Hypnosis has a little bit of red in the center when it opens up. So what I'm trying to say is, with these recipes, it's up to you to decide what concoction of the varieties that fits into color palette. What I chose was some on the browner tone and some on the gray tone, because then it blends with so many kind of real comfortable color palette that everybody's loving right now.
Yeah. So that kind of makes the point is that the customer is not always right? Because that they would never ask for those roses by name. They wouldn't ask for carnations that were a little bit different. They will call and say, oh, I want roses for my mom. Why do you want roses for your mom? Is that her favorite color or favorite flower? No, it's my favorite flower. So it's like most customers, when they're calling, they're just referring to something that they know. It's not something necessarily that was their mom's fave or anything. It's the education isn't there. So first and foremost, we need to educate them on what's available and then guide them into what it is that would be best for their mother, or whoever, they're ordering flowers for, because they're not always right. But again, it's that fine line trying to get them to there. Now, the next question, any idea, and maybe a lot of people will chat in, what is the average amount that a person spends for Mother's Day? For a Mother's Day product. Okay, so they call and they want to send something. Two questions, I guess. How much do they sell? How much are they selling? What is the average that a person will be buying for Mother's Day sale? The other one is, who spends more, women or men?
Wow, I know I have a guess, but everybody feel free to put in the chat the average spend and who spends more, men or women.
See if we can get anybody to.
Oh, Lorraine. Okay. Women for sure, $80.
Anybody else?
I know you're about to surprise us here really soon. I know we're all going to get a bit of a shock very shortly, Vonda.
Yeah, I know. Well, thank you, Lorraine. Yeah, actually, men order more. They spend more. $123 is an average for men, and $111 that women will spend. So interesting enough, right? And that's kind of an average. I did US and I did Canada. I mean, it was kind of like the net. I didn't go the UK because they have a different day for Mother's Day. Now, Annie, you can blow them away when you tell us what your average sale for Mother's Day is. You're muted.
Annie, will you unmute yourself?
Sorry.
Oh, there she is. Okay.
Our average sale is around $150 for Mother's Day. because we learned that if they don't spend it with us, they will make up the money and buy something else. So we
Oh my gosh.
for them and let them shop one stop.
Yeah, and I was noticing in the chat or the Q&A earlier that somebody had mentioned that their customers would never spend $20 or $25 for a container. And I think that comes down to what we're going to talk about in a little while, is selling out of your own pocket. Customers really will buy something more quality. And I think a lot of times there's a preconceived idea in designers, right? Us as arrangers, that it's like, yeah, I can do without the container. I just need it hand tied. I'll put it in something else. Where if you get these containers in, as Hitomi has said, and I'm sure Annie will echo, these containers, actually, this one is my favorite one as well. It feels like a $35 container because it's the quality that you're feeling in that. And I think you would be surprised that the customer will go with the container to have something not as a keepsake, but something as a quality that they can use over and over again. And I know we're going to talk about that in a little while, Annie, but why don't you just talk to us about how you sell that container? Because there's a good way that you do that.
Well, there's several ways. Number one, we have found that our younger customers, I'm saying our Instagram customers, they want quality over quantity. We've learned that. And so we describe the vase when we're selling. Of course, we can sell in glass vases all day long, but if we communicate the fact that like the mid-mod or these ceramic planter containers, because a lot of our young people like planters, is that it can be reused and it is nice, aesthetically pleasing to your home. It has weight to it. It's not very fragile. These containers are very heavy. They don't break easily. They transport well. And most of them are so pretty that you could display it in your home without anything in it. So people are keeping them. And we have people that call back and ask for them again and again because my mother loved the blue cobalt vase. So they'll ask for it because it's not just something ordinary and throwable.
Love that. Yeah, that makes so much sense. So much sense. So Hitomi, you have some Mother's Day designs that you're going to show us and share with us. And then Annie and I and you are all going to have a little bit of fun once we get that. So let's go with that.
Okay, so Mother's Day design. So I kind of allowed myself sort of free range and create something that I would love to receive. First, I just sort of started out by finishing the design that I was just starting. And I think you probably saw me still in that little window working on it. And this is kind of what I ended up with. This is probably my lower range, which is really not my hit point for my ultimate customers. But you know, you want to have it different price point available for some of the people that's coming in first time and they're kind of easing into this without spending a huge amount of money. So that you do have to have this range. So this one was the one that I was creating with the pillow with the curly willow and that attached and still have that kind of natural feeling. I like to always sort of keep a kind of a feel for all the designs when something is available in abundance and it's seasonal. This huck, it's called Sweet Green. It's that stage of huck when it's just starting to bud, because this is deciduous huck that's just starting to bud out, and it's so beautiful. And it's only available probably for the next month here. So why not use it seasonally? Because it's so beautiful, and we're not going to have it in another month or two. So let's just let them see and enjoy the seasonality of it. So that gives me this beautiful, airy, transparent feel that looks so natural, like in the woodland, and then the flowers are just emerging out of it. Perfect way to showcase the clematis, because anything like that, that's a little bit pricier per stem, because I do have tendency for a much more expensive stems. I can't help myself. So I need expensive customers. I need wealthy customers who can accommodate my styles of design and my kind of selection of flower. Because I feel like when you use only the basics, it becomes same old, same old. It's all the stuff that's available all through the year. And you don't get to really play with some of the beautiful things that comes in seasonally. So that's the reason why I do that. But I also want to make sure that the rose is there, because I think, we mentioned in some of our conversation, Vonda and I, that rose is a constant, that you can't ever fail with rose because there's so many different kinds of roses too. There's the new garden roses. They're much more pricier, so you can't use it in abundance, but you want to represent it so that they feel like they have something very special. And that's kind of how I feel botanically. The combination botanically needs to be special so that seasonally you get different things so that these customers who receive flowers fairly often get to see something different and not the same old combination. But you can see with this one that I was very mindful in paying attention to my millennials, Gen Z. They're plant freaks. They love plants. So guess what? In addition to that kind of natural feeling and seasonality that I'm also trying to teach my customers to really pay attention to and enjoy, but I also used some of these philodendron, what is it called? Cheese plant.
We got them cottage
Swiss cheese plant.
Oh, Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese plant, so they're available as cuts. Like I love it that some of these are coming up because it adds a little extra distinction that wouldn't be there otherwise. And guess what? I use it in such a way, like I thread this lily grass through it, so I get this beautiful flow. I use the lily grass in 3 spots so that it flows through, so that it has that character of line flowing through, some of which are woven in through that hook. But some of it, I actually used a 1/4 tab of U-glue dash so that it sticks to something that's on the other end. So it stays there so it doesn't flip out through delivery. So I'm paying attention to all of that, but giving it nice volume, transparent, airy design so that it's not super stuffed. Again, it is possible because of the chicken wire pillow that it stands up into it and it holds up beautifully because of the silhouette that I created with the structure that I began with the willow. So this is kind of something that is probably in the viable price range for a lot of the customers. That's going to come in at $80 to $150 range. So this is my dilemma because I love creating with expensive flowers. So how am I going to accommodate that kind of a habit that I have? So what I've learned over the years is, okay, so if you want to sell what you love, which is actually, by the way, it's much easier than you think because you love it. When you love something, you can sell with passion because it's really true. You can describe it with all the words that wows you about that particular flower. And so descriptively, I can paint a picture with words over the phone that would just want them right away because I'm just making it sound so good and it's real. So that's the way, that's why it's important. The selling and the verbiage that you use is very, very important. But what I've also found is I have to actually sell up to get so that I don't leave any money on the table. Because when you look at a customer and you think she usually spends $70, so I'm going to sell her a $70 arrangement. No, I think I want to sell her a $150 arrangement to see how much higher up you can go because you never tested it because you expected her always to spend $75. I do that with weddings as well. I start really high because I can always come down. But if you start low, you can't go up. And so you end up leaving a lot of money on the table. Just like Annie said, they're going to spend that extra $25, $50 somewhere else to add a box of chocolates to something that they bought because they were planning to spend $150. So if you didn't sell a $200 and you could have gotten $200 out of it if it was just so amazingly beautiful, you don't know that until you test it out. How much is their threshold? So what I've done, I've been bad, Lottie, I'm sorry, I've been bad. I went and bought some beautiful flowers and I made some designs that are outrageously expensive. I feel
nothing less Hitomi from it.
Because, I have this one, that one. There's your kind of your basic, say 100, 150, 200, because you have to remember we're in Canada. And, I never realized until I sat down and with the formula of what you should make really the profit that you need to survive in this business. I haven't done that in a while with the selection of flowers that I use, because I usually use them to teach and not necessarily price it out. But I sat down diligently. I looked at all the containers, you know, and put it to Canadian dollars, everything into Canadian dollars, and a proper markup to make my business really successful. It was frightening because it was a lot of money. It was going to be between $100 to $200. If you're not doing that, then you are giving away. And, you know, Florists are so good at giving away. We're just way too generous. We have flowers left over on the weekend on Saturday. Oh, you know, few this and few that. And I always talk about it in my presentation that it's every time we do that, it's like putting $5 bill on the cardette with the card. That's what you've done. And you do that for every order. That's your retirement. I mean, it is what we do. We're way too generous. And we really have to be much more diligent with our pricing. So what I did was I did a lot of different things. So I'm going to show you a whole bunch. Okay, let's start with, let's start with this one.
Hitomi, while you're getting set up there, I just wanted to let everybody in attendance know that Hitomi has very, very kindly put together recipes and pricing for all of these designs. So later on, we'll be putting that document into the chat so that you can click on it and download and then practice and play in your own time. So hopefully that's helpful to everybody, because I know I for sure love a recipe.
Yeah, and it's an expensive recipe. I just want to tell you that in advance, but it was such a lesson. So anyway, this one here, I mean, this is such a perfect design for this particular vase. The clarity of it all, and this is a hand tie bouquet. So it comes out, it has a bongo tie, you can tell, but look at how luscious that is. That is just so beautiful. I mean, oh my gosh, like who wouldn't want that? It's expensive, but let's try at whatever that price is, $200, $300. Let's start at $300 or $350, because how do you know? How do you know if they look at this and it's $100, and if they look at this and it's $300? But I want that one. Like, we never test the threshold of what the customer is really willing to spend. And so I think that's why it's really important, especially as you're coming into your holidays, your flower holiday, that you test out really what the high end is. And my avatar, customer avatar that I'm looking for are the high end. And so these are people that regularly fly first class or business class, and they're paying $2,000 and $3,000 for a ticket that I hesitate to pay $400 for. This is what we're talking about. So if that is that kind of like the real difference between who they are and what my pocketbook affords me, that's why you have to look at the high end to see if that's what they want to spend. We don't know that. So this is one that is actually created in because it's a purple vase, I use actually purple wire, so aluminum wire, and then you just spread these out like it's been put together like that. You spread it out and you create, because this is how I have the hole in the middle to showcase the mechanics of it all. And then basically just creating these like two twists. I think this has been seen before. I know Jenny Thomason uses this technique, and there's a lot of people who do this, but it's this way you create this structure into which you're going to drop in flowers around on the ring on the outside. So this is kind of how it started. And so into that mechanic, I am then going to create the flowers around on the outside. So with doing that, and then you're just going to go and actually do the next level, cross over. And so this is kind of how it starts. You can see how it starts to form. And so that's what starts, that's set into my hand. And then I design on the outside of that ring and then bring it in, leaving the opening in the middle so that you can still see the beauty of it. Like you can see that right in there, and it's finished off so that you can see what an intriguing design that is because of its shape, the ring of it. It's loaded heavy with flowers, some very expensive. There's some ranunculus, the Clooney's in there. They cost me $3.50 each in Canadian dollars, times like 5 or 6. I mean, you can imagine how this adds up. But the thing is, are they going to fall in love with it and they want it? Or, you know, this is my theory. So I'm going to show them my best. And then they're like, oh, that's a little too high. Oh, then I said, oh, I could take away the ranunculus. And then they're like, oh, no, you can't take that away. That's the most beautiful part. You always are willing to take away the real feature that they don't want to give up, because the other stuff are some of the ordinaries, you know, the roses and the carnations. So you know what? It just teases them with what they haven't had before that they're falling in love with. You don't know that until you put it in there and present it to them. So there it is. I mean, you know, if they want to go a little less, you can say, well, we can put it in, you know, just send it as a cut bouquet. Oh no, but they love that container. Like, let them fall in love with the whole thing. And then you can always negotiate down if they feel like it's too high. But the key is to take away the real tease, because that's really what put the price up there. So that's why I don't hesitate to show what I can do that's different, that is expensive, but I want those customers who want the expensive. So why would I not be showing my best and the most expensive, right? So the other thing that I want to show are actually the plant line, because that's where I can go really fast in production and really hit the note with the millennials and the Gen Zs, because they love plants. Like they baby them like their children. Like if you see some of the different channels on YouTube on the plant side, they're all like 20s and 30s, and then they have like 100 plants in their home. And guess what? We gift from what we like. I give my mom what I like. I get not necessarily what she might look at and say, I have no use for that, but I gave what I like. And that's what people do when they gift, is they give what they like. So let's hit it with the plants. So I have one that's been created. This is the mid-mod. Oh my gosh, that is a beautiful container. This is the one that is the tease. People just love this container. It's like, I want to have, like, I want all 48 in the case for myself because I love them so much. So what I've done here is it's just water inside the container, and I used the Tillandsia geographica as my mechanic. You know, it's just sitting in there. It's an air plant. They last forever. You can't kill it. So no matter what, after this, the flowers are done, you still have a plant that you can nurture that's beautiful. And guess what? If the mom doesn't appreciate it, the daughter's going to come back and take it back because she loves it. That's why she gave it. And they understand how pricey they are. They're expensive. It costs $41 Canadian. So it's an instant markup. You're going to make a profit, turn around and make a profit on that just by popping it into that pot. But it gives you this ability to design into that water in the pot. So I have the huck, which again gives it the size, even though the arrangement, the flowers, it's not a lot, but it gives you this beautiful size. It gives you spot for these mini calla to rest, extend it out. This one here broke, so it's a short. So I've used 3 mini callas and 3 roses. And this is a wonderful wax flower. It's called Revelation. It's like the heads on those are just yummy. They're just gorgeous, and they float out there, and it just adds those visual spots that are really, really nice. Ties in exactly the color of both. The inside of it has a darkness, which is that outside of it has the same color as this. I mean, it's just a perfect match. And after flowers are done, they have this beautiful plant. The huck will probably stay still looking good for another extra month or so. So you're going to have this incredible lasting quality into this. But the price on this is a little steep because of the Tillandsia itself. You're looking at probably $150, $175. But hey, look at how long it lasts, and it tickles to no end for the giver. that they're giving something that they know that's going to last. Whether mom will enjoy it or not, we don't know how much of a plant nut she is or not, but it is a gift that the giver is loving, giving. So anyway, this is a good one. This container is such a winner. I just can't, I would buy 2 cases. I'd buy, 96 at a time, not 48 even. It's just such a winner. Go for the winner, right? So there's that. I got a series of plant things. So this is another one that is actually a Father's Day container. It's another one of those beautiful plant. And make sure you put that little spring thing on there so it doesn't pop off when you're moving it. But I did find this beautiful Phalaenopsis plant that was on special. It was $14. And basically I planted it into the pot. And then I have a chicken wire, and I see a little bit of mechanics showing, so I'm going to have to cover this a little bit with something. But it has chicken wire in the corner. I actually squeezed it in next to the actual plant that's in there. So so there's, the vessel is there for water of the plant, and also the arrangement into that corner that's just water. So I'm able to do a combination of flowers into it because there's water in there. And so I made it bigger because just a $14 plant itself is small, and a container in relation, the proportion wasn't right. So I extended it. And this is where I kind of did my little kind of almost like a Ikebana kind of Zen kind of thing that I love. And I want my customers to know that I love that, because I need more customers who love this, so that it also helps my habits of enjoyment. Nothing like always creating things that you love for your customers. So I used the fantail willow and created like a little bit of a structure so that it gives me way more size than what the plant was, gives a much bigger picture. I used actually almost a full bunch of, and it just rubber banded together and just tucked into the chicken wire in there of the variegated lily grass. Used also, I love the clematis only because of its height and its kind of transparency. It's very gardeny, and I love that. Gives it size without it being too full. It's airy, transparent. That's the key. Has a very Zen feeling to it. Based on the bottom with the green, feeling green, or the Kermit mum, so that it actually kind of gives it a nice basing at the bottom. Also using Xanadu because it's a plant. It's a distinct, beautiful plant that these millennials will really enjoy, that it's part of the whole thing of promoting plants. It's all about just going to their whims, what tickles them, what things that say, oh, I love that because of that, and it's so much of it is about plants. And so interesting that florist in general has stayed kind of away from plant, because Home Depot does it, the box store does it, that you feel like but you know what? There's nobody but designers and florists who design with it. Nobody design with it. All they do is pot 3 or 4 of them up into a planter basket that has no design. It's just 3 or 4 pots put together without any design in mind. We're the designer. We can make it bigger. We can make it more glamorous. We can make it more naturalized. We can make it to have a feeling of Zen. We can make it do so many things that we can with designing, because we're designers. So why are we not doing more plants? I just feel like it's what we don't have. I go to a lot of flower shops and I don't see enough plants. There's some younger owners that I'm using plants, but in general, I think florists are a little bit intimidated by the fact that it's everywhere else. You know why it's everywhere else? Because it's what's selling. Oh my gosh. And if we embellish it, make a design out of it, there's something to be said about that. So anyway, I think this is just exactly what I love, because guess what? These only take like 15 minutes to make, because it's the plant pop that's the branch in. It's not a lot of product. And this is where I can hit the affordable range, where it's like anywhere between 100 to 150. I can hit that range easily when I do this, because I use way less product, and I still get size. And then they get longevity and joy of, having plants.
Hitomi, we have
Yes.
a couple of questions. So before you move on, do you mind answering?
No problem.
Awesome. Thank you. So first question is from Carmen. Are you able to pull that arrangement out of the pot? Can you explain the planted versus the water part?
Okay, you know what? I got several more. And
Okay,
I'll talk about, let's go through the whole thing because then you can see how it works, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one I have is an alocasia plant that I got at Home Depot for $14. Good place, by the way. Home Depot or IKEA are the best plant places because the prices are really good. I keep an eye on their website to see how many they have in stock. Alocasia is some of the best deal because they run about $12 to $13, and then they're dramatic. It's just what the millennials love. Like, that is so cool and exotic. Look at those stripes. It's kind of like so cool. It's a perfect place to design a Gloriosa because they're short. And so Gloriosa is my favorite flower, but I could never do it in a big arrangement unless you buy the Japanese real expensive flower, which is sometimes even way too dear for me. But with these little ones, you could kind of do something that is a combination of the coolness to coolness. So that's what I'm doing. And you can see in this one, unlike the last one, which was the chicken wire inside and the water inside the container. This one is the flowers are in water tubes that are wrapped with raffia, but it also had this extension of raffia wrapped, what I call wire vine garland that I make, so that it's got this kind of real artsy, kind of cool raffia, natural kind of feel attached to and coordinated with the raffia wrapped water tube, which, by the way, I make lots of like this. I have lots of it so that I can cut it and just stick it in wherever to coordinate with that raffia treatment. So in that, by the way, and I will sell this as a feature also, what I love about these water tubes that's in this is after the flowers are done, they become where you are going to root cuttings of plants. So that becomes like you snip a piece off of a Tradescantia or whatever that you have around the house and you want to root it, you root it in those water tubes so that it becomes a nurturer of more plants. Because that's how I'm going to sell it to my millennials. Like, oh my God, that's so cool. If my mom doesn't like it, I'm just going to go get it and use it myself. It's just kind of like, let's play into what is happening out there right now. They're crazy about it. They're not necessarily onto the flowers just yet, but what a way to introduce flowers into their life, into their gifting by working around what they're loving. So you can see also I have some sedum and echeveria cuttings because I have lots of those around the house because I just cut them off and either root it into the soil itself, or in this case, what I've done is actually onto this wire, I actually glued it on, cut and glued it on. And guess what happens when you mist it and all of that? They start to hang and have roots coming out of it because with a little bit of moisture, plants just grows. And let your customers enjoy that wonder of what growing plants are all about. And so that's kind of what this is all about. So these water tubes not only have the Gloriosa lily blossoms in them that they can enjoy till it's finished, but it also has rosary, plant Ceropegia woodii. I have some that I bought from IKEA that's like floor to ceiling or ceiling down to the floor. They're so long. So every now and then I just cut it and then bundle it just with a bind wire and pop it into the water tube. And that's what I've done in there so that even after the Gloriosas are gone, those beautiful Ceropegia are going to root in there and you're going to have another plant coming out of that. Like, it's just, I feel like there's an opportunity when you plant, add 1 + 1, but it's 1 + 1 is not just 2, it's like 5. It's kind of like you got to grow this market, starting with these young people who really absolutely adore plants. So that's kind of what this is. So that's the water source in that one, apart from the plant. And then I have another one because I was so happy that I got to have these beautiful containers. Okay, so here's another one. So, okay, I'm going crazy with the huck. You can see that, but look how much bigger this arrangement becomes and how beautiful an area it is. That to have this beautiful Phalaenopsis plant. This is a 2-stem one, IKEA. I think it was $18, and that's really cheap for here. That's kind of like your Trader Joe's, and that's becomes often the place that you go and get your plants. And so there's plenty of room for markup. And so that is actually just dropped into that pot. And then into the side of it, I've added these water tubes as well. And then I also kind of added some interesting kind of decor, kind of a support system, because you know how they usually come with those little wire supports and stuff. I usually replace them with just my cool things that I make. These are my, what do I call those, Colin? Middle-East extenders, and also my tapestry sticks. That's what I wanted to say. There's 2 tapestry sticks in there and a Middle-East extender, so that becomes a support, so that it kind of color coordinates and kind of makes that whole mid-mod thing just so cool. And, you know, I want it to be cool. I'm a lot older, but I want to be cool. What this does is bring me back to the 70s when I was a procurer plant and grower plant, and I wanted to do cool things with plant. So I'm just reliving the joy of, you know, macrame and all that stuff that's come back all over again. And I'm rethinking how can we glamorize plants on another level as a florist, as a designer. And so this is what I'm doing. And so, yeah, it's really fun. I also added extra Xanadu in there so that there's that extra plant element. I just want those young people to love flowers more, transition them into a flowering plant and then to flowers so that they become my future customers of all things beautiful with flowers. So I think this one is also another very long lasting gift. That's really easy. Like these only take 10, 15 minutes. That's what I love about all of these is I can do production line like it's going out of style. And that's what I love about it is it's easy production. And then I have one more with a plant. I didn't do all the planter. I still have one planter left to do, but I just felt like there's so many possibilities that I wanted to share. So I wanted to do this one. So this one it has a 4-inch Ripsalis. It has a 4-inch Rex begonia, and then this was a 2-inch begonia as well. I can't remember its name, but then I also built like this little tower, and what this is actually floral wire mesh, which is, by the way, it's not mechanics to cover. I think it's mechanics to show. It's really got a beautiful finish to it. It's like chicken wire, but it's a square cell, and it's really sturdy. I made a roll out of it. I actually added the Torca sticks from IKEA to give it support so that it stands up. It doesn't collapse on you. It doesn't bend on you. And then on it, I put like water tubes on it. So these becomes like, again, water tube that you can root things. So like, you know, any cuttings off of other plants, you can root into those clear vases or the tubes afterwards. But meanwhile, it's being used as flower holder for the arrangement. But what it is, like little spray roses and a little bit of heather and a couple of mini callas that's woven into it. That's the floral component of it. But it also supports 2 cuttings of Hoya carnosa. So these are cuttings. I go and get like at Home Depot, like a hanging basket of Hoya carnosa was running around $15. And it's pretty big. It's 8-inch and it's hanging long. I always look for the longest. I mean, I have an eye for where I can make money on plants that I see. And so what I did was I laced that and attached to this so that they're being actually rooting. There's 2 plants that's rooting in this. so that I can kind of show them what the versatility of this particular kind of idea is in relation to nurturing these plants here. I just want people to love what I love. I want people to enjoy and experience why I love what I do and why I am in this flower business, because I can only do that when I'm loving what I'm doing. So I'm going to share everything about it, what the best feature of it, what they can do with it. And it's a no-brainer and easy for me to promote the use of plants in our gifting. So there's that. Okay, so then, in addition to that, I want to go to a design that is a little crazy because it's really expensive. Because you know what, I don't hold back. I'm going to show you this one. And this is not being sold necessarily as a Mother's Day arrangement unless they decide they want it. I'm just showing it as a possibility of, this is like high-rise design. That's kind of what I call it. It's coming out, this is the container. It's nice and heavy, so it can support a structure such as this. This is what the structure is. Okay, Colin says move the designs so that you can see it. Okay. Is that okay?
That's perfect. Thank you, Hitomi.
Yeah. So again, the intrigue of the cool alocasia, the Swiss cheese, and all the cool flowers that grows in the garden. There's all different kinds of flowers. There's flowers that we have that is hard to use because of the short stems, like the Cymbidium orchid. It's so expensive, the whole thing, and using it as a whole to cut it up and use it so that they can see how beautiful these beautiful flowers are. Also, like pansies. Pansies never could be in an arrangement because they're too short, but they can be cut from the garden and used because they're in water tubes. So they're in a structure like this. So it has the chicken wire pillow at the bottom, and this fits perfectly into this. Like that. So that then it's filled with water and you can design into the vase as well as into these water tubes. And it's really a fun design, like to actually not necessarily, somebody might say, I'll take that, but more as an educational piece of what is potentially possible when they're my customer. That I can do stuff like this for you for a party. I can have 3 of these and you can have 3 towers of these beautiful flowers. And it could be some of them, some of my clients have beautiful, lovely gardens with beautiful garden roses and whatever. We can snip some of those beautiful flowers out of your garden and showcase them in all different heights so that it doesn't have to be a long stem. Like I want to share with them my joy of why I'm a florist and why I want to serve you, because I want to do something beautiful for you when you have a special occasion. I always want to always shoot for other project down the pipe, whether it be wedding or sympathy or whatever, that they would come to me because I will do something that's going to knock them their socks off. That's what I want them to know. So it's important for me at a time like Mother's Day, when they're coming in the store to check on a few things, or that they're talking to me on the phone about maybe sending something for their mom, that I have an opportunity to share with them the joy of designing flowers and what I love to do, that I like to do for them. So what this is like, I quite often show this idea to like garden clubs, only because they have lots of flowers in the garden, but it's not always suitable for designing into a vase. Usually with the stem length that you have that's cut from the garden arrangement is only this big, but I'm going to show them that they can make this big if they want to by putting flowers all the way up and vining it with, jasmine vine or whatever have you. And so I think that's the most important thing about Mother's Day, is an opportunity to show them everything that you do at school. Like when people come in the shop, let them see it. They might not buy it, but then you don't know, they might. Like that's what it's all about. Like you don't know until they see it. And this is the other thing that's worth doing right now is to share with them, you know, through your website and through your social media. On Instagram, show them what you can do. And just imagine what your mom would say when they get this arrangement. And because social media, Instagram, Facebook is like a survey. You can find out how many likes you get. Then you'll know maybe it's worth doing 20 of those. Like you'll have some idea. And it could also be kind of a way for them to intro themselves to you if they're new. Like I saw what you posted, like how much would that be? So hit high. Don't worry about if this is a customer who can afford or not, hit high because you can always come down. You can do some, like with this, for instance, you'll always have size no matter what you use in it. So you're going to have something that's of this stature no matter what you put into it. And it's really about just letting them know what you can do as a florist to serve them for all the events that's coming up. So Mother's Day, the biggest flower business of the year, is the opportunity to showcase your talent as a designer, but at the same time, be a profitable florist, targeting good clientele that you can build on through the year, because the next thing after that, you can go right into Father's Day with the plant. And then you can go and, you know, there's the graduation. There's so many opportunity to tap into some of these customers that you're going to come across. And that's what it's all about. Don't be shy about how much this is, because it did floor me when I added up. It's like, oh my God, but it's what I love. I want to sell what I love. So are they going to pay $400? Are they? I don't know. You know what surprises me is when I do shows, Teleflora programs, and I'll do a flowers to wear. And I would say, how much do you think you can sell for? Because they always want to know about prices. And somebody would say, I can probably sell that corsage for $45. And then there's somebody in the audience said, I can sell that for $125. That's how different it is. It's the same thing. Somebody's doing good business, somebody isn't. Let you be the one that is doing good business and not be afraid to sell high, because you can always come down and make them still happy. So that's my message. What do you think?
Hitomi, I think that's fantastic. What I really was taking away as you were putting all of your passion into that and talking about selling is that each one of the persons listening today has their own clientele, right? But they need to determine that maybe a new avatar, so they're not always selling just the small little arrangement. You know, like you said, stretch yourself, be more creative, or make something larger, because and you kept using the word expensive, and I never use the word expensive. You're doing very premium, high-end designs that
I
you
like
have
that.
certain clientele that is really going to engage in something that's very premium and lush and overflowing in beauty. And so those are the type of things that we do need to relate to our customers, that, you know, we are capable of doing something besides just the small one that you have there, which is absolutely gorgeous. It's your style still, right? With the design that you have there that you were doing in productivity, but let them see more of what you can do. You know,
It's an opportunity.
That's key.
When
It
you
is
have the
definitely.
traffic in your store, have those examples so that you wow them. Like, what is that? How did you do that? What is that flower? Like, get them to really love being, hanging out with you and understand what you can do for them. I mean, it's an opportunity. Holidays, that's one of the things that I think is so important. You know, the exposure to the number of customers that you're going to have at Mother's Day or Valentine's. And then, you know, with the extra connection with Teleflora, you're bringing in all kinds of people that some of which you've never dealt with before. They
Mhm.
come because of that Teleflora connection. You know, they're wanting to send flowers, wire, and all of that. So take advantage of it because it's a traffic flow that you don't have always, right? So
Mhm.
it's a great place. It's a great place to be. Show
Yeah, and
show off your best.
I think that there's still not a lot of people coming in stores. Now, I know that really the statistics say that 80 to 90% of your business comes in either on the phone or on your website. They find you on your website first. And so that's why, and we're going to talk about it later, that social media is so important for you to be able to make those posts so that they can actually see what you're capable of doing. So it's just a great opportunity.
You know what is really funny, Vonda? Oh my gosh, this actually shocked me. So someone told me, a young person, a millennial, maybe it was probably Gen Z actually. They said they thought they didn't know what a florist was. They thought florist was somebody who lays the floor. I'm like, you are kidding me, right? Yeah, and they say that people who arrange flowers are floral creatives, and they didn't know the word florist. And I thought, oh my gosh, am I that old, or am I what? You know, it's like we have to really understand that for a lot of young people, this is new, and so you gotta do things that draws them in. And you know, plants are really a big factor. It's a big factor. So
Yeah,
I try to always incorporate some element of interesting plant that will capture their attention because I need them for my future. Yes.
Shall we move forward and talk about
Yes.
selling?
Yes,
Yes,
I
yes.
just wanted to add in there. Michael put some interesting information. So, you know, the planters are very much on trend, and he's actually posted in the chat some links to Pottery Barn and West Elm that, you know, planters similar in size to the ones that you know, Teleflora offers and the ones that Hitomi's been working today. They're kind of in the $100 range. So, you know, that's obviously that's retail, but, you know, you can see how on trend they are and the kind of prices that they're gathering. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
So true. Absolutely. We said that before. It's like, oh, we love these containers. They're just fantastic. And you're right. They're so on trend and people are looking for those. So we're going to talk now about selling the product. And you were using some keywords, Hitomi. And what's really important, and you mentioned it as well, is you need to be able to creatively describe what it is so that you're selling, so that the customer understands that. And you have to be careful because us as designers, we use different terminology than maybe our customer does. We don't want to talk over the top of them. You know, when we're talking about certain design styles, they might not know what we mean. So we have to not necessarily dumb it down, but know who we're talking to so we know how to describe that. And I always say you should have some kind of a cheat sheet in front of you, right? Is some of the words that really make sense to you to use so that you're listening to who you're talking to and having different terminology you're using. But it's important when you're visualizing, having them visualize, is to really talk about the size of the design, what colors, and the container. So those 3 points help the customer on the other end of the phone kind of know what you're saying, right? So let's move to this one. So let's have a little bit of fun. And this is actually information from our sales prep school. And we've really taken this from a training person named Mark Murphy, who has a training thing. And he's really kind of brought this down to 4 different personality types. And stick with me here because I think you will all understand who we're talking about here. So the first is the person on the phone who's the data scientist. He's like that scientist. He just wants to know exactly what it is, what's going in the arrangement, what colors, what are the details. You know, they're not interested in having a relationship with you. They just want to get the information. They want to be sure that you have everything correct and that you're on key. And this is a person who usually starts with a budget. Our next one is the closer. This is the businessman who's busy, right? He doesn't want to know how it's going to happen, what's going to go on. He just wants to know, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get it sent and it's going out the door. Get it done off the phone. Their time is valuable, more valuable than yours. And so these are the ones we like because they're quick and easy. The directors. The directors are Annie, Hitomi, me. We know our flowers. We want to tell that other florist exactly how to make the arrangement. We're going to describe the way that it's done. We're going to make sure that they have the right variety of roses or the right variety of carnation or whatever. We want some Veronica, but from beginning to end, we're going to direct how that design is These sound familiar? And then you have the storyteller. They really want to be your friend. They tell you about their aunt who tripped and fell and then had to go to the doctor. The emergency first had to come get him before they went. And, you know, she is in the hospital and we don't know how long she's going to be there, but maybe 3 weeks. And so we want to make sure something lasts long, on and on and on, and you can never get them off the phone. That's the storyteller. So you can really categorize the people who are calling on the phone, your customers, in those 4 categories. And you think about it, I'm sure that you have had all those experiences in the past. This one's the hardest for me because we all want to get somebody on the phone and off, make a decision. And the storyteller can be very difficult. What we found the best way, we've talked about this with our staff and our members that are in Flower Click. And what we found that the best way to get this person off the phone is say, you know, Hitomi, I know you're really busy, so I'm going to let you get off the phone and get on with your day. Because you don't want to make it look like you're busy, but you want to be respectful of their time and try to get them off the phone. So anyway, they will feel like you're their best friend and they will be the ones that will definitely call you back time and time again because you really did take the time to listen and understand and get the right thing for them. So any questions on those? Okay, well, now we want to formally introduce you, Annie, from Leona Sue's in Scott, Louisiana. It's important to know that she's not from a big town. She's just like you, just like everyone that's on this call, maybe even a smaller town than you're from, right? The population is just over 8,000. That hasn't changed, right?
Correct. That's the same.
Her average order on her website is $118, almost $119. February, it was $123. So she's doing something right. And I would guess your in-store sale on the phone is at least that, if not more, right?
Yes, correct.
So you want to tell us a little bit about how things work for you?
Well, we have the most bubbly person on the phone, first of all. That's the most important. And we learned a long time ago that if they put a picture of their family there, they smile when they answer the phone. And when they smile and they answer the phone, they're happy. So they convey that, because when people call to order flowers, they want to speak to someone happy. I think you touched on this before. We sell emotion more than we sell flowers. So we're selling an emotion. Most of our customers are storytellers. They want to tell us what's going on and what happened. And so the way we handle that is that, you know, I understand that, because most of the time you do. You've had the same thing happen with your aunt or whatever. So we understand that and say, you know, we have the perfect thing for you. And if it's an older lady, we'll, you know, guide her towards it. You know, she probably grew hydrangeas in her yard. We have a beautiful bouquet of hydrangeas, and we just guide them towards what we have and what we know that appeals to that age group or that person. Say if it was their young college student that got in a car wreck, we say we can artfully design something for you. So it's more of a design, it's art, because our young people understand that flowers is a gift of art. It's not just a bouquet of a round posy. It is artfully created. And when we use those words, they really sell. That's what sells, is a description. And then, of course, we always add an add-on. Like I'm in Louisiana. Most of you know I'm not far from New Orleans. I'm about 2.5 hours away. So I drive to New Orleans and I get handcrafted chocolate that New Orleans is made for. So we always offer that. Would you like to add this? You know, she's in the hospital, we'll give her something sweet, you know, or we just always add the add-on. That is a high profitable item. Doesn't take any more time except 2 seconds to offer it. You know, when we go to a restaurant, They don't just offer us the meal. They come back and say, do you want dessert? So that's what we're doing. We're just adding on to the top of what they're already purchasing, and we're filling a need. So for Mother's Day, they're not just going to send her flowers. They may send her flowers, a box of chocolates, a selection of candles or bath bombs, just little extra things. And so they don't feel they have to go shop somewhere else. We've done it all for them. So on our website, we bundle them like that. We may have a Mother's Love package, which is what helps bring up our average sale. So they can look at it and say, well, I was going to spend $150, or I was going to spend $200, and now I have everything. I don't have to go anywhere else. So if you give them the option to already have that bundled for them, it's an easy sale and it's an easy way to add up to your bottom line.
I love that. And the other thing is when you're talking about the add-ons, there's been studies that show don't ask if they want something else. It said, do we, and you've said that right there. It's like, do you want the bath bomb or do you want the candle? Do you want, this or do you want that? Because they'll make a decision between one or the other. You don't say, if you want one, it's just which one. And so that's.
And we agree with Hitomi as to always start high and then you can come down. So we start high, but if they ask us like, what in particular, this Mother's Day special, what does it include? Or what's the sizes that you offer? So we start with our grand bouquet, which is our largest. And then we say, but we do have a deluxe version as well. And if you really get that person on the phone that doesn't want to spend the money, we say, well, we do have a petite. Well, in their mind, they already know petite's going to be small. So they're not going to take the petite. 9 out of 10, they'll go with the medium. But you do have those people that will go with the top of the line. And they'll go above and beyond what you think they'll spend. So you always start high. And if you have the Teleflora point of sale, when your person on the phone pulls them up, they can click the side button. It'll pop out and show where their average sale is. Always go above that. Never start at what they sell. Always go way above it, because you don't know, maybe the last person got them up to 125 and you can get them up to 200. But you don't know unless you offer, because they have no concept. Most customers don't have a concept on price of what things cost. They just know what they want to spend. But if you say, I have this beautiful, towering design, Hitomi design for us, you should see it. It's absolutely gorgeous. It is just, it's art. I mean, it's art in motion, and it's $400. Your mom would be blown away. They may go for it, but you have to tell them that. You can't just say, I have something for $125 or $50 or $75. You have to describe it with, I say, use the adjectives. They're free. Use them all.
I love that. I love that. And the other thing is, you're not starting at a certain price point. You're going high, right? And you're giving them that highest first, bringing them in, and you're attaching the emotion to the one that is like, oh my gosh, this piece of art is fabulous. I know she's just going to be blown away, and she'll never start talking about it. She's going to invite the neighbors over to see it, and, all those kind of things. And they're like, that, and they're like, oh, well, yeah, that's the kind of thing they're looking for sure. So let's go here. So let's do a little role playing, because I think this is what's really kind of makes a difference. I really suggest that everyone do this. I mean, when you get somebody new in your store, Annie, I'm guessing you do something to really get them into selling flowers rather than just, making those conversations. Or do you just set them next to you and say, just listen to me for a day?
Well, actually, I don't answer the phone as much as I used to anymore. But our whole philosophy is don't take the order, sell. It's a whole different concept. If you have someone on the phone and all they do is, who do you want to send it to? What do you want to send? They're just taking the order, and you're letting the customer dictate to you what you can do. So our job, I tell all my people on the phone, is to sell it. They may just say, I just need a little something to go to the hospital. Well, maybe they do, but they have no concept of what we can do. So it's like, oh, you need something to go to the hospital. These are the things we have. Today, you should see what they created in the cooler. It's amazing. Let me just tell you about it. And then they tell them about it. And so now you've sold them something instead of them saying, oh, just send a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And when they say they want something little for the hospital, doesn't mean inexpensive. That doesn't mean cheap.
Correct.
They just want
Correct.
something little. It can be lush and beautiful and full, and it can be $150, but it's something little that's still going to the hospital. So
when they say hospital, we love to say low and lush, which means it's going to be small and compact, but it's going to be beautiful premium flowers, and it's going to be just blown away. It's going to be beautiful. It's lush. It's fragrant. It's these beautiful colors. It could be vibrant, or we could do monochromatic, but we don't say cheap. We never use those words, and we never expensive either.
Mhm.
Premium, or it's elegant, or it's over the top. It's great.
Yep. So it's all about that vocabulary that you're using. And the key is to get words that the vocabulary you're used to using, right? So if you give it, if Hitomi gives me her list of adjectives, I might not be able to use those, right? Or you know, so it's like find something that works well for you and pass it on to your, like even a whole list to your salespeople, and have them like circle the ones that they're most comfortable using. What comes out of their mouth shouldn't be what comes out of my mouth, because we have different ways that we describe things. So I think that's really important when you're getting somebody onboarded, is that they are comfortable with what they're talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
And we'll give them an example script, but we always say, rewrite this in your own words. Otherwise, it just sounds like, you know, when the waiter comes and rambles off the specials at a restaurant, they just ramble them off. It doesn't mean anything. But if I say it's in what's passionate to me and the things that excite me in words that I'm used to saying, it comes off way more genuine. And that's how you sell.
Right. Right. And the same way in a restaurant. I mean, when people are talking about, you can tell when they actually experience that food that they're trying to sell you. You buy it all day long. And then afterwards, kind of like us, then it's like after you've made that purchase, then you want to know how much it is. But it's all about making the sale first. And the very last thing that comes out of your mouth is how much it actually, what is the cost of that merchandise? Back to Michael's point, a $20 container, a $25 container, you're just going to say, you know, give a description of it's a heavy, beautiful, leaded glass container that, you know, is very quality, blah, 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 you know, so that they're going to connect with that. And they're not going to say, oh, well, that container is too expensive for me.
Right. Well, we don't normally tell them how much the container costs. That's
Right.
important, right?
And you were talking to us yesterday when we were getting ready for this about how when you recipe a container or a design, you don't put the container price on there, or you use a lower end, or tell us about that a little bit.
Okay, so let's say Hitomi made all of these beautiful arrangements in her chicken wire. So if I got someone on the phone and I'm describing this beautiful purple vase, very heavy, it's gorgeous with these beautiful flowers, I'm not going to say this is a $20 vase. I'm going to say this arrangement sells for $150. To say, oh, I love the arrangement, but maybe I can't do $150. We can do that for you. We can move that into a different vase. And so they have the option, and most people are going to take the vase, because I could lift this out, put it in a clear vase, and oh, well, that totally loses the look. That's
Right.
what I want.
Right.
But I don't tell them I'm going to take $25 off of the vase. We just say we can make it in a different container.
Mm-hmm.
90% of the people will take the container.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you can get them in the shop and you can show them the difference, even in the smaller or the clear glass vase, and you put it in there and they're like, oh, no, I want that. I want that.
Right. And we always have both in our cooler so people can see, and they will always go with something. I mean, this looks, the value of it, just looking at it, the perceived value is a lot higher than if I had it in a clear vase next door to it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But they see the option, and then they see the value.
So are we ready to do a little bit of role playing? What do you think?
Sure.
No. Okay, so I'm calling and I say, I'd like to send flowers to my sister. She's been sick and I just need to send her some flowers to cheer her up. What can you do?
Can surely help you with that, Vonda. Since she's been down, don't you think something nice and vibrant would be beautiful for her? It would brighten up the room. We could do it with a couple of botanical accents, something really nice that would sit by her bedside table. Or are you thinking that we want something that she could put in her living room so when she has company over, everyone could see it?
Oh, she has a lot of company, so we better go with the company one.
Oh, well, then we definitely want to do something beautiful. We can do something in the vibrant colors. We can have it delivered. It'll fit in her living room. We can do something like that. And roses, premium flowers, hydrangeas, maybe accentus and vidiums. How does that sound?
That sounds good. I just want you to take care of it.
Great.
You can
Would you
maybe
like
have
to
our
send?
information.
Oh, great. I'll get your information. But while we're doing that, would you like to send her maybe some chocolate covered strawberries and New Orleans chocolate? You can have that when our company comes over.
Yep, I think so. She's my only sister. I think we better just take care of her.
We will do that for you. We will take care of it. We'll fix it up beautiful, and I'll have that out there for you today.
Perfect. So which one was I? That was obvious, right?
Well, I think that you want to know what I'm sending.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're a director. You didn't tell me what you wanted. You kind of gave me a little bit of storytelling to know why you were sending the flowers. You were more than a closer. So I would put you more in the storytelling.
That was kind of between the storytelling and closing. I didn't give you enough because the storyteller usually will go on and on and on, right? You know, that's a lot of times they do that. So yeah, it's just most of the time they're not like cut and dry. That's one or the other, or, you know, I mean, excuse me, it's like a blend of a couple of them. Yeah. So you did great because you gave two different thought processes on that, which I thought was fantastic. Hitomi, didn't you think that was the way she did that with a plant or this, you know, two different ways to do it without, you know, going with a premium deluxe or standard, you know, that type of thing. You didn't use any of that. You just made me feel like, oh, well, I could go this direction, I could go that direction, which really made
she did a fantastic job. I like to work with her. She could be my salesperson.
Yes.
I think she could sell just about anything. What I thought was really interesting about this role play and identifying these 4 different customers, I could put literally a name to each one of these. Like I have that person, you know, as a client. And so, yeah, just imagining those conversations for sure.
Right. And you know how to deal with each one of those persons because you can put that personality or that name to them. And you know how quick or how slow it takes to make that conversation. I'm guessing that your storyteller, you put a headset on and you keep designing while you're talking to them on the phone. If possible, right? Should we do another one? Let's just do another one. I have another one here. I need to send something to my Aunt Wilma, and it's for her birthday.
Well, let me tell you about what we got in today, Miss Vonda. We have some beautiful birthday flowers that just came in. We have tulips and hydrangeas that will be very festive for her birthday. We could do something in a nice round arrangement for your aunt that she could keep at her bedside table. Would you like to send something like that?
What color are those tulips?
Well, I can do them in the pastel colors. We have them in the soft colors. Or I can do the vibrant colors like the reds, orange, and yellows.
Reds, orange, and yellows doesn't appeal to me. What else might we have?
Well, I think that the pastels probably would go best for your aunt, and we could add some lush, beautiful hydrangeas to the base of them. That would make it a beautiful full arrangement for her.
Okay, that sounds better. What kind of accents do you have that you could put with the tulips and hydrangea?
I could put it in a beautiful ceramic vase for you. We have these pictures that just came in. They're white ceramic with a cute little bee on them. We could put it in there, and then we could add just some beautiful foliage to it that would just set it over the top. Maybe a couple of curly willow branches. How does that sound?
Oh, that sounds more like it. I love it. The combination of the curly willow with the hydrangea and the tulips, and then the foliage to kind of collar it at the base. I think that would be a great thing for my Aunt Wilma. So yes, please go ahead and send that to her.
Well, great. We will design that for you. I'll put my type designer on that for you and get that out there within the hour.
Boy, you are good. I'm telling you. Nothing
my
slows you
wallet,
down.
Annie.
I know everybody wants to hire you now for the holiday.
Yeah. Well, I will add that we just added that on our website, that if you want express delivery, it's an additional fee. And we really didn't think anybody would take it because we're in a smaller town. We do same day delivery up until 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But we have had customers pay an extra $25 to guarantee that it'll be there within 2 hours. We're not leaving any money on the table. They're paying the regular delivery charge plus the extra. I mean, that's just easy.
That is awesome. We're going to show how to do that later this afternoon, is how to make those changes on your delivery But we've heard that and people are like, but I can't get it out in 2 hours. Are you calling like Uber if you can't do it yourself? Or I mean, you're a smaller town, but still, I mean, sometimes it's hard to get out of the shop, right?
We are going to offer it anytime except at holiday time. We can always get it out. I will stop and run it over there.
For $25, right?
Yes, well, because then it's not just the extra 25, but it's $40 because they pay the delivery charge plus the 25. I will stop and run 20 minutes one direction and drop it off.
Yeah.
You know what? They love it when the owner actually delivers. Oh my
Yes.
God. People are like, oh my God, you're here. Like they'll do it again because
Yes.
they love that extra privilege.
I find that if I answer the phone, they will spend more money and they are so excited with their order, they will tell everyone about it. I
That's
call
true.
and I talk to her like I would be some, but I don't
Movies.
to the phone. So when I do, or when I make a delivery, they are very happy with that. I think that our customers want to be able to put a face to our business. And if they, like I would tell, my mom was the original owner and I would tell her all the time, they just want to talk to you. They just want to talk to you. And if they would talk to her, she didn't have to design. We could do all of that. But if we put her on the phone, she could sell anything. She could have sold, paint on the wall. They would have bought it.
Fruit doesn't fall far off from the tree. She was very, you are the same for sure. I do think the customer likes to see you and all that, but don't you think there's not anything that brings as much joy as making those deliveries yourself?
Yes.
I think as a designer, as an artist, to have somebody receive that and then you have that connection with them. I mean, wow, to be able to see the joy that we are actually bringing to people is pretty
And
cool.
I can't emphasize enough. As an owner, when you go somewhere, bring flowers, give flowers. This I learned years ago. My daughter's in public relations and marketing, so we learned a lot of things. When you go to a place that displays flowers, leave your business card and thank them. And the next time you go, maybe bring a little something. That will bring you more business than all the advertisement because people want to be personally connected to you. And when you give or thank them for giving flowers, they're going to remember she came in and she just loved that we had flowers. So when they need flowers, they're going to call us.
Mm-hmm. And I love it to bring flowers when you go somewhere because we're kind of guilty of that right now.
Right.
I do all the time, whenever we're going out or going to somebody's house, whatever, I always bring flowers. But I think it was several years ago, I was with, I can't even remember who it was, somebody from a European designer. And he said, it's only in America that people are going to somebody's house for dinner and they bring wine and then drink it. It's like, right?
True.
It's like you bring it and you drink it there. You're not bringing it as a gift. Like flowers are a gift, are a true gift that stay there. They can enjoy them and really enjoy what you've brought to them. Where, he's like Americans, they take the wine and then they open it and they all drink it together instead of really bringing gift. So that kind of hit me because I thought sometimes we are very, very much like that, right? Is it like that in Canada as well, Hitomi?
Actually, it is. It's a North American thing. Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
I love that comment. You can only see it from the outside, obviously, because internally we think this is what we do. And
right.
Everybody brings wine and they drink it. So true.
Right. So if you want to bring wine and flowers. Make sure you leave something there for them.
Absolutely. That makes total sense.
Total.
And most people in the United States don't buy flowers for themselves. In other parts of the world, people buy flowers for themselves. You go to France, people always have flowers. They pick them up for themselves. So here, if we start giving people flowers when we go for no reason or whatever, it gets them used to having flowers in their home or in their presence. And then they'll think about it. It's more top of mind awareness. I know people talk about all the advertising, but us giving and just encouraging people to have flowers in their home. Like I will never turn someone away who comes in the shop and wants just a few flowers to bring home. It may only be a $15 sale, but we'll never turn that away because next time when they want to send something for an occasion and they need a grand bouquet of $300, they're going to call because they know that we took care of them. and they know the joy it gave them just to have the flowers in their home.
I guess one of the things that I keep thinking about as we're having this conversation about Mother's Day and giving, that sometimes it may not be a bad idea, especially in my way of thinking, you know, that the expensive design, that maybe a family of 3 sisters give one big design together to their mom and then take her out for dinner together. Like, because instead of getting 3 $100 arrangement that looks more ordinary, it might be something for her to get a stunning thing that size that she never gets together. That could be really a fun idea too, I think, to sell them on upgrading a little bit so that she has something that she's never had before. Like, look at how big this beautiful arrangement is. My daughter's got me this. That's
That'd
kind
be
of
a
cool.
great social media campaign.
Yeah,
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it?
that would be great. Yeah, I think at Mother's Day, we have more subscription sold at above anything this Mother's Day than, like you said, the siblings will get together. They'll send flowers for mom for a year. So they're going to spend, $1,000 or whatever the case is, because they want her to have it every month, for the
Right.
rest of the year. But I love the idea of just a really jaw-dropping arrangement for mom would be great.
Yeah,
Good social media campaign. I love that.
yeah.
I'm writing that.
Right?
I'm going to write that down.
You're going to take that.
I always say, like, because I like to look at floristry as an art. But you can't call yourself a floral artist until you've sold that design. Otherwise, you're just a hobby starving artist that's wishing and hoping. But after you sell it, now you become the artist because you're a selling artist. And so any creatives out there that have any trepidation about selling, that importance of selling, it really is what punctuates the whole process. The selling is the recognition at the end. You have to sell it. Just don't just show it. You have to sell it. Complete the deal. Yeah.
Complete the deal. I like that. Lottie, any questions or any comments as we kind of wrap up this session?
No, we are good. Everyone's still very quiet. I'm still very surprised. Don't be shy now.
Oh, it's great. Well, this was a great session. I think this, as you just said, Hitomi, if you can't sell it, you're not an artist, but you're not even a business owner, right? You have to be able to sell whatever you're producing, whether it's on the website, whether it's on social media, or a combination of both. But when the phone rings, you really need to know how to really approach that customer and give them what they want, like Annie does to perfection. So I think at this point, if there are no questions, we'll go into another little break.
Awesome. Thanks, Vonda. What do you think? 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, I think that'll be fine.
Okay, let's do 15 so we have a comfort break, and I can look at some questions that of course just come in.
Okay.
So yeah, Jenny, if you wouldn't mind posting the time, so 15 minutes from now, we will see you all back here very shortly, and thanks for staying with us.
providing they're also providing education. You can see it's kind of tucked under there, but it's how to take care of the shamrock plants. So she's selling something, she's letting people know what's going on in the community, as well as giving education on the flowers. Hitomi could do pictures of doing your water tubes, filling the water tubes, how you take care of plants. I mean, all of those things that you would be posting on there to give them education rather than just always showing, oh, this is what I do and this is what I sell it for. And then, of course, Instagram. And Instagram is the one that obviously it's all about pictures. It's about, you know, really connecting with your audience with visuals. And I know you have a lot to say on that one, Hitomi, but it's really key, you know.
It really is. Instagram is like your portfolio. When people, especially the younger people, when they're checking you out, they're going to go to Instagram to see if you're there. If you're not there, you may not exist at all in their world. And so that's why, you know, hitting the younger generation, it's really important that you have Instagram. And when you post on Instagram, basically you can also, at the same time, it goes to Facebook. So it's two steps in one. So it really isn't any extra work. So that's why it's really important. I think it really is your portfolio. People are just wanting to know if you're the one that they want to deal with, judging based on what they're seeing on Instagram.
Right. And even on this Instagram where she has all her pictures here, it makes me know that she's got gift line. They're real people. You can see they're having a little party or something. And it gives a little bit of information about her. We also even discussed that for a while, it seemed to be more important that you had more of a gallery here, right? It was more art rather than just a collage of everything that's going on. But that's kind of changed. People want to be real. They want to connect with someone who they think are real. Is that more so?
Mm-hmm. I think so. I mean, I've been kind of shifting a little bit because putting up a gallery and really making it really artful is really a lot of work. Like you got to be constantly producing new stuff. The new one has to be better than the last one. It becomes very, very like where you're kind of working for it. And I feel like really like today, I like more to let people know what I'm doing, what I'm up to, where, you know, I might be if I'm in your area to be doing presentations, or if I have a new idea, what's the inspiration? You know, I went for a walk outside and it was a beautiful day and that spurred me to do this. I think people like that the connection to a real story, that it might be about them too, that they can relate to. So I'm going a little bit more about what's happening around me.
Well, and I think that's what's happening truly is people are always talking about being authentic, and you're being your authentic you when you're showing how you're getting your inspiration, what you're doing, what's happening behind the scenes. And, you know, transparent and authenticity are really the big buzzwords that everybody is using. And I think we need to do that on our social platforms, let people know that, you know, we're real people. We're inspired. Sometimes we're not inspired, right? This didn't inspire me, but, you know.
Yeah. I think they like those stories better, like, whoops, I did this. And they're like, oh, I do that too. I mean, I think that really, really connects. It's about the reality of it all. Yeah.
The reality is exactly it. But when I look at all the social platforms the three that we're showing here, the key to all of those is that they all link back to your website. You can see that, you know, you're not buying things on Facebook. It says call now, or you can message me. Instagram, again, you can follow me, or, you know, there's the click to my website. Same with the Google business profile. You know, it's really bringing them back to that website. So it's so important that when they land on that website, that they like what they're seeing and that you're selling what you want to sell. So and then again, it links back to the social platform. So here, on Pizzazz's website, she has the icons for all the social media so that you can click on there. It's going to take you to Instagram, to Google, to Facebook. So it's back and forth. It's also creating some backlinks, which help you naturally with an SEO, but it's keeping in mind that truly all roads lead to your website, because that's where ordering is from that website. So I just want to stop right there a minute. And since we have all roads leading up to the website, what are some suggestions? Amy, I'm going to start with you because then I'm going to turn it over to Hitomi too. But what are some suggestions that you have for social media to be able to bring people into your website? What do you find the most productive for you, for your time-wise?
Well, we love showcasing our flowers, but we find that we get the most response when it has people in it and the people in the content. So if it's, for instance, a picture of someone holding a bride's bouquet or someone in the shop doing something, that gets more action, call to action, should I say, than anything else. Some beautiful designs, of course, always get, a lot of movement, but I think that on social media, people want to see who's behind the scenes. They, like Hitomi said, they want to see into our lives. And when they see that, they connect to you. And I think that makes them want to follow you. And then they think about you when they think about flowers. So they will go to your website. Of course, we do have our website links on everything as well.
So the connection with people, as we know, emotional connections are what keep people connected to us and create that top of mind awareness, because that's what we're trying to do, right? So whenever they're placing those orders for flowers, they're like, oh, I saw that bridal bouquet. I don't need a bridal bouquet, but Annie had one on at Leona Susan. Let me see what else she has there. So it's the connection and trying to remember who it was they last saw that they liked. So I think that's kind of a key too, right? If you've got a couple places in the same market and you both are posting, what's going to make them connect to you rather than someone else? So
one thing that we also found is when we post a design, we try, if we can remember, we try to put design to buy. So although people follow the shop because they know me, my other designers design and have their own style too. And people will see that. And then when they talk to that person on the phone, they're comfortable because they said, oh, I saw some stuff you did. That puts them at ease too.
Gives a comfort level there as well.
Right.
Yeah, Hitomi, you do a lot of posting on Instagram, and do you automatically go to your Facebook page? Does that all connect?
Yes, it's all connected. The only thing is, because ultimately, the sale completes the art. So really on Instagram, you want to do a click the bio, click the link in the bio so that it takes you to your selling site, whatever that is, that you're selling at that moment. So you want to make sure you do that, but then it doesn't always translate when it goes onto Facebook because there's nothing to click a bio on the Facebook. So you have to go back in there and put the actual link there. So you just have to do that. That's the only difference. You hit both, but you have to sell differently to suit that particular social media site. But that's really important because if it's just pretty and you're not trying to make a sale out of it, I think every opportunity is a sale. So you should click the link for something that leads to something. I mean, in my case, of course, I do workshops or that a link to something that I'm doing up ahead. Like, it's kind of like when I posted about this, I didn't put the actual link in the bio at the beginning, and right away, actually, it was Ritesh says, I'm ready to buy, but where do I go? So you got to make sure you take care of that, because otherwise it's just, it doesn't lead to anything, and you want it to lead to something so that, whoever that's looking has an opportunity to connect beyond just seeing the picture.
Yeah.
Just remember to do that.
So speaking of pictures, we want to talk about the clarity of the pictures. And these were 2 pictures. I mean, this one design. Why don't you tell us what we're seeing here?
Yeah, so this was my deluxe design, and I wanted to kind of, actually, Vonda, you had asked me, put up how I get it photographed. Of course, I'm very lucky because I have my son who works with me, and he photographs. And, of course, I do almost all my photographs for the Instagram, other than the special ones that he shoots for me. So, I have to look at the convenience of where the best place to shoot my work is. And of course, in my studio, it's a great spot, but the lighting, I mean, this lighting is pretty good. It has extra lighting. That's why it shows up okay, but it has backgrounds that's not quite right. And, you know, I can take those pictures off to get the white background to shoot it right, but that becomes a lengthy process. And so what my son advises me, what Colin advises me is just take it outside. Any time you want to shoot, take it outside because you have natural light. Natural light is the best because the picture always looks good on natural light. So I just step outside, whether it's winter, summer, whatever, it could be snow on the ground, but I take it outside because it takes me only a minute and it has the best light. So this is a difference. One is in the studio on my bench, you know, as we shot it. Background is a little busy. This one on the right, and this is on the portrait mode, both shot with iPhone. So these are both beautifully shot with iPhone. iPhone is great, but with the portrait mode, you get the fuzzed out in the background. And this is my deck with a beautiful moss in the background. And the reason why I shoot it like this is actually very personal versus, you know, like the white background for a catalog sort of thing, is because I'm really always connecting to sustainability, eco-friendly. I want it so that it looks good in conjunction with nature as a background. And so I'm able to tell the story better when I consciously make an effort to tell my story of my love for everything sustainable. And so let's put that in my story every time. So that's what it's all about. But definitely outdoor, that picture is beautiful. That is beautiful. That's just natural light.
Well, when you sent this to me early this morning, I was like surprised the difference in the color. I mean, you look at the different in the color of the ranunculus, even the color of the vase. I mean, the vase that we have, the true color of the vase is the one that's outside. The other one is a little bit different. I mean, both are beautiful. And if you would have a white background on the one that was in the studio, you would really be able to see the flowers. Just to me, it was so interesting. The difference.
The color comes out so much better outside. It just does. You know, it's trust nature to do everything better. I mean, it just is. And natural light, you can't do any better than that. So rain or shine, it's raining outside, but hey, it still looks great. Now I only have to be out there for just a minute.
That's what I was going to say. It was raining when you took this.
Yeah. So artificial lighting can definitely affect the color. That's really the whole thing. It illustrates natural light just gives you the better look at color. True.
And there's many times that we have to use, you know, artificial lighting because we're doing things for catalogs or something, but then you really have to be really keyed in for color correction, right? To make sure that the colors that you're getting, like this, you would almost have to, you know, if you're going to clip the back of this, so let's say you want this for a catalog, you don't want, you know, the natural background, which for you would be perfect because that's your whole, you know, essence.
Yeah.
But if you weren't, you would want to take both so that you could color correct those flowers so they would be correct in the light of that customer who's purchasing the flowers in the container and the whole beautiful.
The interesting thing that I want to sort of put out there is because, you know, I do work with my son and he's a photographer. But the thing is, for me to have him shoot inside, he has to correct all the lighting and it takes too long. So that's why it's the quickest to get the quick shot outside because I can trust the lighting to give it true color. So that's the reason why it makes a heck of a lot of difference inside out, because as you all know, you know, when you do weddings and you want to take those quick shots inside, you know, of what you've done, you can never equal the beauty of one that's shot by the professional photographer with the proper lighting. It's never comes off the same. That's why it's really hard to do your own photography to get that beautiful, the perfect shot. But if anything, the natural light really comes closest for you to get the perfect shot with lighting.
So when we're doing social media shots, your suggestion is step outside, take the shot, and then you've got the most perfect picture possible for
color,
showcasing
for color and design. It really is so good. And so anyway, impatient me try to get Colin to quickly adjust the lighting and stuff to shoot. You know, he just says, just stick it outside and we'll shoot right now.
Just go do it.
It's,
You do it
it's
yourself.
perfect for a florist who's always running and want to do things quickly. Like it just did, just step outside for a minute.
Mhm.
It'll give you a perfect picture.
So we should encourage people to even just have a table outside, right? Or a pillar, like some ceramic pillar that would sit outside. Would have,
Exactly.
you know, something that would, you could fade out in the background. So you could just go outside your door, take that picture and then get back in. And you don't have to mess with all your lighting and things. So I
Yeah.
think that's what we need is tips for all of those shops out here who want to do social and they don't want to mess with it. Just like you said, the easiest way is to create something outside.
Mhm.
This is the place I always drop it and take a picture. I think that's
Yeah.
great.
You need to go outside anyway. Have a swig of water and take a picture and come back in.
There
Get a
you
little
go.
sunshine or whatever. Yeah.
Even
Perfect.
if it's rain, you should go outside.
That's right. You should go outside. It's good
And
for you.
just for the record, I asked Hitomi, what happens if it's snowing? And she
And you
said,
know what? Great shots in the snow. Like you
Oh.
can actually set things in the snow. If you're doing Christmas campaign, why would you not? It makes sense. Seasonality of everything that's happening outside is exactly, it should sort of preface what we're creating on the inside. So makes
Love
sense to me.
Annie, do you take things outside? You take them in the shop? You do a combination of both?
We do a combination of both.
Because I've seen some of yours with bridal bouquets and they're standing outside. I'm pretty sure that you try to get some
Yeah.
natural light on those. It's great. So that being said, about getting those pictures done, getting designs happening, it is time to market for your shop now for Mother's Day. Hitomi took those pictures now. Those are Mother's Day designs. Take all those pictures outside and get them ready to be, you know, the first 2 weeks before Mother's Day, being able to drop those on. You can schedule those as Google Social Schedule, Media Schedule, Loomy, Sprout Special. Those are all different scheduling tools that you can use for scheduling Instagram and Facebook. It really would make a huge difference if on your iPhone, like she said, she took them on her iPhone, you know, you have, 14, 16 pictures. You could do this arrangement. You could put it in a different setting. You could just, make it look a little bit different and get things out there for it. Have somebody holding it like it's a delivery person who's making the delivery in front of a front door. It doesn't have to be staged perfect like this every place. Move it around so people can tell that, it's the same design or a different design. So that's what you want to do is get those pictures ready. You want to make sure you're using things that are on your website, bring them in. Here's the other thing. You need to remind your customers who it is that they bought flowers from last time. So emails to existing customers. Use your email marketing module and send out whoever bought last year for, first off, Administrative Professionals Week, if you're celebrating that. Also, anything for Mother's Day for those 2 weeks. So you're going to be sending those emails. Remind them that, hey, you bought flowers from me last year, and this is what you sent. Pick up the phone and call. In your Dove POS, you can print out a list of everybody who purchased from you last year. Take the time to print that list, look over the list and start calling. Pick up the phone, call them and say, hey, last year you sent flowers, blah, 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 blah. One thing that we do know, because it can be uncomfortable, because mothers, I'm being very realistic here, have died. And so that's an uncomfortable call. But it's the way you handle it. You have to be prepared for it. If they say, oh, well, my mother died last year, and you just say, I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear, sorry for your loss. Is there a chance that we'd like to send flowers to the cemetery for your mother for Mother's Day? Because a lot of times in the States, I don't know, Hitomi, is that something you send flowers to a cemetery?
Yeah.
Same type of thing
we do that.
then is, to honor your mother by having flowers there. or to send them to a spouse in honor of remembering our mom. So, but it makes a huge difference to pick up the phone and call those customers. You're getting orders that you might be getting the last minute, where this is giving them some lead time. I would say probably 60% of the people aren't even going to answer the phone, maybe even more, but you're going to leave a message and let them know, guide them to your website, and give them your phone number so that hopefully they will call you and, you know, place that order for this year. But if you're not calling, you're not emailing them, they're going to forget who they ordered flowers from last year, and they're going to go somewhere else. And you don't want that. Just top of mind awareness. That's the key, the top of mind awareness. And everything brings them back to their website. So, oops, went way past that. Sorry, ladies. Okay, so then we look at your website. So let's talk a little bit about your website and how your website truly is like a menu. When you go to the restaurant, you're looking at a menu, there's pictures, there's prices, there's things that people are making a decision based on what they see. Your website is the same. You know, they go to your website because your social has brought them there, an email is dropped in, they called. So now when they get to that website, they need to like what they see. You need to give them prices that are different range. Here we have 59 to 129, shop local, everything that people can see that, oh yeah, this is a shop that I got from this year, right? So this is your menu. So if you're going to create some custom designs, we need to key in on the photo quality, because website designs and social designs are really a couple different things. When we're looking at website designs, we need to really key in on clarity, because it's important that it's a clear picture, that there's not too many crossing stems or everything's not hidden behind. It's really an art almost to do, as I know everyone there at Teleflora can tell you, is if you're doing something for a website, it's really a little bit more challenging. And this one, it's just not as easy as it looks. These are some designs that shops have done on different backgrounds opposed to clip backgrounds, which is fine. I'm going to key in on the ones that are the plants that you see in that top row. I always suggest that if people are going to put in their own images, either they clip them all or they clip none of them. It's just that you can see that there are 4 in a row there, that 3 of them were clipped and have a clear background. So they put them in Photoshop, they eliminated the background, and then the one they left on the table. To make it aesthetically more pleasing for the customer who's shopping, if you would leave one row that's all empty backgrounds, and then the next row have the same backgrounds, similar to the corsages that you see here. There are 3 with clip background, then it goes to the black background. So keep in mind, as you're dropping things on your website, what is the customer seeing? You know, what is aesthetically pleasing for the customer? How can they focus from that bright pink white background to the dark background with the white roses? So those are the kind of things that you want to really focus as you're making decisions on placing custom items on your website. Hitomi, do you have any questions, or you or Colin have any thoughts on website clipping the pictures or having them all the same?
I think for the sake of clarity, I think clip, it just looks cleaner. Like you see exactly the product. I think that is good. I think it's one or the other. I think mixing it up looks a little hodgepodge. And so I think it's you have to curate it. Like now you have to look at it as the whole gallery rather than just parts of. Because I think anytime you see something impressive is when you can see with clarity and it's done all methodically in the same way. And so it's about how you curate it. And if it's, like a lapel, then it needs to be the same lapel. Like you just have to keep it consistent so it looks to be presented in the same way.
Yeah, the consistency, I like that. It's just the consistency, because I think it's easier for your eye and the eye of the shopper, right? Our consumer, to be able to focus.
Yeah.
The other thing that really we want you to key in on is limit the number of choices that you have on your website. You know, there's a lot on there that you don't want to do. I mean, you're getting there in the middle of the holiday and you're like, oh no, where did they find that design, right? You want to make sure that whatever is on your website, you want to produce for the upcoming holiday. That's the whole key, is that what they see is what they know you will have. So you are letting you are guiding the customer with your menu. Let's go back to the menu. This is the menu of things that they can see that you're going to do for the holiday. Then, of course, there's Mother's Day choices, right? So blooming plant choice, designer's choice, and designer's choice on Mother's Day flowers. So there are, if you're not really keyed in, like, I don't care, just something, they do nice work there, I can pick one of those. I'll just go with designer's choice. So they can make that decision as well, but they're seeing the type of product you're producing in your store. And so that's why I say limit the choices, but don't limit it too much. Because if you limit it down to, these actually were website screenshots I had taken from last year, where people were doing just designer's choice, and there was nothing on their website that they had designed. As a consumer, if I go to a website, let's say I'm looking for blouses, right? And it says designer's choice, fashion designer's choice, pink, fashion designer's choice, yellow, all the different colors. Well, I have no idea who their fashion designer is. I have no idea what the designer at a flower shop is capable of, is if my only choice is to choose a designer's choice. So I need to be able to have some of my work on there, something that's an example of the type of work I can do, so that the consumer feels like, oh, okay, well, something like that would be fine. And then they will select the designer's choice. Actually, designer's choice is one of the top, I think it is actually the top item chosen from a website, because as long as they're seeing what you do, they're happy with getting that designer's choice. When you're working on your website for the holidays, our suggestion is the 2 weeks before the holidays, hide some of those categories, limit the number of you had, because if you have, get well, new baby, happy birthday, graduation, all the things that maybe are not relevant for those 2 weeks before Mother's Day, it just muddies the water. Or put the same items in that category that you're talking about maybe not being as visible as they are in the others. Just totally limit the choices. You can drop all of these into other categories, so the customer who's shopping for get well, they're not shopping for birthday at the same time. So those truly could be the same items in both categories. So I want to go back, and we're going to just do some things for eFlorist for a few minutes. And so if you have the eFlorist site, it is a powerful tool. There's so many things that you can do to make a difference in the back end of your shop, your website. So I'm going to go through a couple of those. Lottie also has something she can drop in that is like a step-by-step on how to do these. So one thing I'd like to say that about the substitution option, a lot of times people are putting pop-ups on their website that say, substitution might need to be made, blah, 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 blah. Well, think about that as a consumer. If something pops up before you've even made a decision that says they might have to substitute what you pick out, is that going to deter you a little bit? That's what you need to think about. And if you think no, then have your pop-up. But my suggestion is wait until they pick something out, right? They pick it out, and then, actual contents may vary due to seasonability, similar flowers and containers. Well, at that point, I'm thinking, well, they're going to do the best they can, and it should probably be fine. And that's on, the checkout before they put their ad on with Annie's chocolate covered strawberries or whatever it is she's putting on here. So at that point, you've pretty much made a decision. Me as a florist, I know that's the look. So I really suggest that's the best place for you to be able to put the substitution. Here's one that's a biggie, right? Check out your prices. One thing that we hear over and over again, and Michael, I know you're not going to kill me on this, but it's that the prices are not reflective of what they need to be. You are the ones, you individual florists, each one of us are responsible for the prices that are on the website, right? It's not Teleflora that's responsible for that. It's you to take a look at what it's costing you to get your flowers in, what it's costing you to get the containers, and to price them appropriately, right? So that's the key, is they've provided this beautiful website that has so many great tools to it. And what we need you to do is to take the time to price those out. So we look at that and say, okay, so I'm going to look at these two, the lavender whimsy and the rosy pink bouquet. I'm going to look at my cost at retail. So whatever it costs to get you there times a 2.25 or 2.5 on those containers. Are you using any supplies? You're going to put in the mechanic of Hitomi's pillow, and then you're going to do your flowers at retail. So that is what you're going to add up. You're going to divide it by 0.65 if you want 35% labor on here. It's going to give you a selling price. So that's one way to do it. The other is, okay, I'm gonna do it. Let's say I'm going to move that up to $100. I'm going to say my arrangement's going to be $100. First thing I'm going to take off is labor. Then I'm going to take off my container costs, my mechanic, any supplies, and then it tells me how many. Maybe I can't do all 6 roses in there. Maybe I can only do 5, but it allows you to design to a price point. And then there's another way to kind of estimate prices. Hitomi, we were talking about that one as well.
Yeah. So with generally the flowers themselves, like at wholesale times, usually markup is 3.5, but I just go 5 point, because that's just a quick way to estimate what the ballpark figure is. Because sometimes, the tedious calculation is not possible until you kind of define what sort of price range you want to be. So I'll just make something, add it all up, and then see if I'm in the ballpark, because that way then I can do that with everything to kind of take away a couple stems to make it exactly so it's a quick way for me to estimate what the selling price might be, kind of coming from the designer side, design first and see what it comes to. It makes it easier for me. I'm always being like less about the business side. That's why I could have been way more successful, I swear to you, if I took care of my business side a little bit more. But because that's always been my tendency, if I go from the design side, but taking the time to do it right. So estimate first by going 0.5 or 5 times markup, because that usually kind of falls around 30% labor, right? When you do that?
It's about 30% labor, yeah. So for instance, if I want to do a $150 arrangement, right? So then I'm going to look at $30 worth of wholesale flowers and container for me to be able to do that. Right? So then we just take the amount that we're thinking of selling it for. So this is going to be our price, that our target. And then we can back that out and go, okay, well, I know then, take that divided by 5, and that will give me the price of my arrangement or what I can use in that arrangement, and go design from there. So that's a really good way to estimate it. I like that.
Yeah. And I think what this does too is it helps you, like it takes a good designer to take a certain $30 worth of flowers to turn it into a $150 arrangement. And so that's where you're going to focus on your design skill to make this bunch of flowers sing to look like $150. That's really the design skill of a florist. It's not about just creating something beautiful and let's just sell it at an estimated price, because so many floral designers do that and fail at business. So just to be on the right side of being a successful professional florist with a good career, a long-lasting career in this business, do the final business calculation so that you will stay in business. I think right now, with prices being so high on everything, I mean, it was shocking to me when I randomly, actually, when I went to the wholesale, I randomly picked beautiful roses. I picked Faith is one of them, and Barista. So Faith works out to $1.50 a stem, good price. Barista, I just picked it just because I love the color, $2.35. They were both 50 centimeter. So like, again, if with holidays like this, where it's going to be into production, you're going to need to actually go look at the price list so that you don't over budget with just not very careful buying, looking at prices as the final, production tool.
Yeah.
So yeah,
absolutely.
that's what happens, like buying on a whim because I like this or I like that. Looking at ranunculus, like, there were the $2.25 ranunculus. And of course, we're always attracted to the Clooney's because they're so beautiful. $3.50 a stem, you guys, like times 5. How much is that? Seriously, an arrangement. So get real. This is the time to get real with pricing and keep an eye on what you're buying.
Yeah,
Really
just keep
important.
it-
I just wanted to interject here, ladies. So on Tuesday, Vonda, just so that everybody can know, on Tuesday, we're doing another live virtual program that is kind of a short, quick wins. And we're actually going to be featuring some of Flower Buyer's products. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there because we do have the opportunity for Flower Buyer as a wholesale buying option. So speak to your TSMs if that's something that you might be interested in, but we're going to dig into that more on Tuesday. So thank you.
That's awesome.
Great. It's great.
Awesome.
Yes, we are. We're looking forward to that. John Hosek and I. So now we're going to go through a few more things to educate you on how to make these changes if you don't already know in ESAT. This one is how to easily increase the prices of what we just talked about. So you went through those codified specials for Teleflora and you're like, well, I can't do them at those, but I need to increase the prices because they're beautiful arrangements. We're going to feature them. So really you go into product management. This is in the back of ESAT, type in the product type, and then you just select this little pencil, right? So select the pencil, go forward, and you'll see that it's going to ask you, it's going to show you the suggested price is this and what I want to increase it to. You need to be sure and change both all three, the standard, deluxe, and premium. Because if on the other screen you didn't go through and you just changed the standard price, it could be that the deluxe and premium could be less than the standard price. So make sure that you're changing standard, deluxe, and premium, and don't forget to hit save. So you can also do kind of a bulk upload instead of doing them individually. So if you priced them out and you're like, you know what, I just want to go X amount for each one, you can do the bulk upload, right? So you go to that screen, and the next one is over here. This is a little filter button where it says, it's right above the looking glass. It's a filter button. So you hit that, it's going to pop out and you're just going to type in Mother's Day category. And when you do that, you just need to select, like you're going to mark it up. You can either do $1 or you can do percentage. So then if it's $1 amount, you can just say $20 for each item or X amount for each item. Or you can do a percentage. You can say I want to do 10%, 20%. The challenge with the percent is that sometimes it ends up with a, $100.29 or 34 cents. So it comes up with a kind of a wonky ending on it. So just know that while you're doing it. So if you're doing a set price, it's pretty standard. It'll come up like that. And then you just look at these items and you just put check marks by whatever ones that you want to increase the price. So you can see it's pretty easy to make those changes for you. Take a look at all your add-ons. What do you have that's specifically ready for Mother's Day? And you want to make sure you have enough of those add-ons, but not too many that it's overwhelming for the customer to go, oh geez, I don't know. Look at all these things. You know, usually a sweet spot is about 8, I would say at the most, because you don't want to have so many that they're scrolling what to decide to add on. So take a look at those. What are your best ones? And if you get to a point where, you know, it's the week before and you're out of those great chocolates you picked up or whatever it is, a special card, you can go back in and make those changes. So then let's go to delivery fee management. It's important, as Annie said, you know, you can increase the delivery charge for certain days, certain hours, certain times. So if we go to delivery fee, we can see here, here's our standard delivery fee, and then location-based fees. So if you have different zip codes, different areas, you can really drill down on this. So if this is your postal code here, then you're just going to click this pencil. So it's like this one. Oh, it needs to be more. It's much further out than I thought. I'm going to change that. So click your pencil. It's going to bring you to the delivery fee. Again, verify it's the right location, how much that delivery fee is, and always remember to hit save, because it's frustrating when you go back and you didn't save it. Here's the time-based fees that Annie was talking about. So here's the date, the time and the date, and I want to make a change on that. It's additional fee if I order it on that the day before Mother's Day, or however you want to change that. But there's exceptions you can do to that easily to drill down. It's just a great tool. Makes it really easy for you to use. This is like a new favorite. I think they rolled this out a couple of years ago, and the flex delivery is really helpful for you. Mother's Day, I think, is the best time for this because, you know, Valentine's Day, people really want it Valentine's Day, maybe the day before. Mother's Day, they're pretty open to, you know, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, anywhere there. So use the flex delivery, add new flex option if you don't already have one on there. You're going to scroll down and you're going to pick the days to add the flex delivery to. Really, you're going to have to put a benefit of what it is for the customer. Like, hey, order flex delivery and you're going to save $5 on your delivery. So, or whatever you want to do to incentivize them. That one seems to work pretty well. And this is what the customer will see. You know, when they're ordering something, this pop-up will come, flex delivery, and they can just keep original thing. So it's, you know, it's giving them the option, but it's not like telling them they need to do that. One last one here, I think, is the tips. If you're not doing tips on your website, you need to do it because it's really a good source of extra cash and it allows people to really pay you for, you know, that extra service that you're providing. I mean, you're #1 service provider, so it's really important that they have the opportunity to tip you and your staff. So go to checkout configuration, shopping cart. So we're going to look at the shopping cart is where we're going to add this on. And tip or gratuity, see we have it on. It's going to allow them 10, 15, 20% or to put their own. And you could put your own little description in there if you want something else. And here we have it. Here's what I ordered, and then it can say add tip. And then it takes to there. I can decide whether as a consumer, I want 10, 15, 20%, and then we can just add a custom tip. And then here we have it. What's great is you can see that in the back of orders and traffic. You can see that this shop that month was $175 worth of tips. So it's money that people, as we've been talking, are leaving on the table because this is money that people want to give. They want to thank you for taking good care of them. So Annie, I think we wanted to talk just a bit about the way that people disperse those tips. I know you have a way that you're doing that, right?
Yes, so last year we added the tip option and I ran the report. I'm not sure which month we added it in. It was not the whole year, but we collected $843 in tips. The average month is about $250 to $300. In our area, the owner is not allowed to have part of the tip. So check with your local government and see how agency and see how they regulate tipping. But what we do is we take the total amount of tip and we do a percentage by how many hours each person worked. So the more you work, the higher your tip.
That's great. I love that. A lot of shops are taking that tip and buying food for the shop, or, they're just having a little party. So there's all different things that people are doing with the tips, but it's just, an appreciation for sure that if you can get that on there, especially before Mother's Day. Then the last one is you just need to make sure that you're making people aware if you're actually going to be open on Sunday. So if you're not normally open on that Sunday and you are going to be the Sunday before or that Sunday, just add an exception so that people will know that they can add the delivery on that day, or that they can come into your shop. But it's a possibility for you to be present for that time. And again, then it just tells you what day you're creating that exception for. So as you can see, the ESAT is really an easy way for you to be able to personalize your website. The Teleflora website is a powerful tool. Is just, it's the best one on the market, truly, because it's giving you so many opportunities. So what you want to focus on are your homepage. Your homepage is that menu. That's the first thing they're seeing. What are you selling? What is your limit? Change your prices, change your delivery, increase those 2-hour delivery windows like Amy was saying, and get social, make calls, and send emails. So it's all about making sure that you have things going on that you're aware of, that everybody is aware that is happening with you. So this Hitomi, this is just a little bit about you and your social page.
Yeah, yeah, that's my Insta page. Yeah, you can see that last one up at the top corner was the, just a post to say, this is what I'm doing. Look I just went and got some flowers, and these are beautiful containers I'm going to be designing in. I'm pretty wordy with my little post, and I like to tell a whole story. Now I know that not everybody reads it, but for those who are interested in knowing, they get to read it. And that gets us even closer and become more closer friends because we know each other. And it's so funny, with AIFD, for instance, like we meet once a year at symposium, and there's people I've been talking to all year long, and we get to meet for the first time. It's so awesome, because that's kind of how it is with social media today. And, basically this way I'm able to let people know where I am, because that's usually what my biggest question is. Where are you going to be teaching next? Where are you presenting next? When are you doing a Teleflora something? I'm proud to say this year with Teleflora, I'm going to be doing a lot of the state shows. So I was just in Illinois, and I will be in Texas with Texas State, and I will be in South Dakota. And I think I have one more, Florida State. So, it's really great to be able to communicate with people where they can catch me so we can meet in person. I think that's one of the most gratifying things, the socialization through social media, is that, that when you are being seen and when you're communicating, very important that you answer some of the comments. I think that's really important. If you don't do any of that, then you're not really engaging. So Instagram is not nearly as kind to you if you're not actually participating in the social practices of what social media is supposed to do. So I think it really does really help a lot. And I like to, like at the bottom picture in the middle where there's like 3 people standing behind one of the design, that was from Illinois State. It was a retreat workshop, and those are some of the pieces that they created. It's fun to share not only what you do, but what people that you worked with made. I think that's all really a big part of what us educators with the ed specs for Teleflora, what we do. We are all over the place, and we like to spread the education, spread that knowledge, and make you the best florist that you can be as far as in the business of flowers. So yeah, that's what it's all about. And just so you know, that Hitomi Gilliam art is my other one, which is, I don't have as many posts, but it's just seeing everything that I do from the art side, and how I feel that flowers is really a big part of art. It's not a permanent art, but it's an art to make a statement and make people aware of the beauty of nature and artfulness of our medium. So I like to do both, and it makes it fun to create these content.
So what you're telling me because I follow you and I love everything you're doing, but as far as a shop, it's about creating their brand And it's the
Right.
connections that they're making in the public, right? So if they're, doing a garden club and they're teaching there, or they're doing a presentation somewhere else, letting people know that, what you do is important for the community, right?
Absolutely. And the more people know that you go about and spreading the word, it's reaching more people. They follow you. That's how it builds, right? You got to let people know what you're up to. I was never at the beginning a very social person. I was a very quiet person who had nothing much to say. And all I had was hands that created designs. That wasn't enough of a communication. People need to actually have a tangible connection with you, have conversation, and them knowing you through social media and how you speak and what you believe in is the brand building that you need as an artist. Whether you consider yourself a botanical artist, floral artist, a good florist, let people know what that is. So important, because that's how you build your business, how you build your brand. Very important.
And also, I just saw Annie take that picture. One thing, all of you attending, though, take a picture, when everybody gets back on the screen, take a picture and say, I just attended a Teleflora summit at the first of its kind in Canada, and I'm here to learn more about how great our business can be, or something, and post that on your social page, because your customers should know that you're out there, you're continuing to learn and grow, and to be able to provide them with the best products. You can be building your brand and letting your customers know how much it's important for you to be in front of people and being educated. So I think that was a great idea there, Annie.
Yeah, no, that is good. That is very good. That's what it's all about. Our community is so special, and I'm just so proud that we're doing this first time Canadian. I'm so glad as a Canadian florist that Teleflora is taking time to get all of us on board. And I'm just so thrilled with what we're doing right now. Saying hi to everybody out there, the Canadian florist.
Thanks.
Love you all, and hope that your Mother's Day is going to be awesome.
For sure. Well, I'm just going to put this up there really quick in case you guys have not followed us. The Business and Pleasure of Flowers, a podcast free. If you guys, it's on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, pretty much everywhere. And we just give information about the floral industry. Sometimes it's about wellness in your workplace. Other times it's about profitability. We have really a lot of just random thoughts. They're only 30 minutes long. Yeah. 25 to 40, maybe say, average of 30 minutes. And anytime you can just jump on and listen, that would be great. Follow us. And Flower Click Instagram is at flower.click, and our Facebook page. So check us out there. So a summary really is create the right selection for your customer avatar, give the customer a choice, but not too many, know how to sell flowers and not just take orders. Market yourself, which is what we were just talking about. Let your website work for you, and just be ready for the holiday. So at this point, I would like to introduce I'm not sure we have a lot left on the presentation, Lottie. I think that was the last of our slides. It was you to follow up, and unless Hitomi has something else as well.
Oh, it's been a full day. It's been wonderful. Lots of learning all the way around. That's the best part of it. And as an ed spec, and both you and I, Vonda, it's such a pleasure to share what we know, and hopefully that will resonate and help all the florists out there who's just getting ready and prepare for Mother's Day. It's an exciting flower holiday coming up.
Well,
absolutely. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say, wow. Thank you, Vonda and Hitomi. All of this inspiration and information has been amazing. I know that I've got pages of notes. And as you said, Hitomi, we're always learning. And for me, I know it's so important, and I'm sure for all of you out there. Annie, thank you for your insight and for being so transparent about your business. Excellent advice, and thank you. Thank you, Michael. The information that you shared with us about the industry really helps us to understand where we've been and know that Teleflora is not going anywhere. Also wanted to say a big thank you for all your support of education. Thanks, Lorraine and Mark. I know you're going to be following up with shops in the coming weeks. And then Jenny, of course, thank you for all your support and all your tech know-how. I really appreciate you. Lastly, I would like to say thank you to all of the attendees, the florists. We know that it's a super busy time of year and we so appreciate your time. Please do keep in touch. Communication is so important to us. We have a lot of virtual and in-person programs and classes coming up throughout the year. They're open to all of our flower friends. We've got a virtual program on Tuesday. Vonda, bless her, is doing double duty this week, so thank you. And she's going to be joined by another amazing colleague of ours, another Teleflora education specialist, John Hosick. Of course, you're welcome to join us for that. We'll be covering completely different things. It will not be a repeat of this. There's going to be more techniques and design tips. And then next weekend, we have a couple of in-person classes coming up. One is outside of Cleveland, Ohio, and then another one is just outside of Richmond, Virginia. So if you happen to be traveling across the border, you're very welcome to join us. And again, thank you so much, everybody. We so appreciate you. This has been an incredible time together, and we hope to see you again very soon.
Thank you, Lottie.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lottie.
Bye.